boot at turn 8. The back end of the field is just cresting the rise from the S. It's not even at the bus stop yet. That's pretty much half of the circuit. Very pleasant blue and white colour. We will have a slightly split start, the two sets of prototypes at the front of the field. The leaders coming round, the GTPs then. The Corvette will peel off into the pit lane. Then Renger van der Zande on driver's right, the pit lane wall side of things is the full sitter. The other red car is Jack Aitken for Whelen Cadillac. Then Acura Meyershank Racing for Colin Brown, then Ricky Taylor and Louis Delatraz next up. The green flag is in the air, and immediately Renger van der Zande in the HRC run, Acura dives to the front of the and that is first job done for him. Round the outside, the blue number 60 of Colin Brown the blue number 40 of Louis Delatraz was challenging Colin Brown and Jack Aitken. It's a clean start from the prototypes at the front of the field. Cadillac's set second and third, but here comes Brown on the old manoeuvre from Colin Brown in that number 60 car. He just about squeaked through. He meanwhile started the GTD Pro field with the GTD sitting in behind them. And it looked like Caldarelli did exactly the same as Renger van der Zande. Got a couple of cars then, but he's been pulled down on by Paul Miller Racing's Dan Harper, the BMW M4 GT3 Evo, qualifying much better than it has done recently. But for the moment, well, I say that, we go three wide as Madison Snow pulls out further back as they go into the bus stop for the first time. Hold your breath. And the whole field is through on the first lap. Peter is still looking very, very anxious just to my right.
Brilliant job by all the drivers. We saw total carnage, unfortunately, in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America race. Unfortunately, a spin at the toe of the boot, for the 52.
Rodrigo Sales in the PR1 Matheson. Yeah.
Me.
And cars off the track as well coming out now.
Like we may have a... No, I think the rain is coming down. Everyone looked like they would slow down for a full course yellow, but I think it's more likely there's rain on. The wipers are on the GTPs up the front, but Renger van der Zande, well, if you grow up racing in the Netherlands, you know how to drive in the wet, and van der Zande is pulling away at the front of the field.
Well, we can check in. Oh, yes, definitely raining. I was about to say we can check in with our pit lane reporters, but on the Crowd Strike windscreen of the Crowd Strike Racing with APR, right in front of the 04 was that spin by Rodrigo Sales, and George Kurt starting a little further back than he would like to. Did well to avoid that side by side further up the field as they're going up on lap 2, and it's BMW that's going through there.
Well, not to be outdone by his Dutch neighbour, Dries Vanthoor, the Belgian, is making way forward in the number 24 BMW. He's moving right up the field. He's made his way up into third place. Yes, he hasn't. Oh, off the road goes Delatraz. Delatraz, does he reach the wall? No, manages to somehow avoid it at the bus stop.
That is the biggest piece of runoff anywhere, and that is probably the only place on this circuit, possibly bar turn 1, where he could slide for, what was that, 3 seconds? Maybe 4 seconds sideways and not hit anything.
We've all had that in the winter at some point where you hit a patch of ice and you're trying to gather it up for the next 100 yards or so. Well, that was that and more. But now Van der Zande trying to hold off Jack Aitken as they're trying to find some grip.
Believe it or not, just in the air there. Colin Brown was very close to the Dex Imaging number 10 of Ricky Taylor. The two leaders are back together, the two red and white cars. Big lock up from our Paul Sitter, and he's gone wide. And he's going to lose the lead. He will have to give that back. This is the wettest part of the circuit. Oh, now he's come back on in the lead. That was odd because it was a lock-up from Renger van der Zande that sent him wide. But it's clearly that is the wettest part of the circuit from the heel of the boot at 8 to 9, coming back onto the substantive circuit. But they've pulled out, 4 or 5 seconds on the rest of the field, Peter.
And they are tiptoeing their way around. I apologise, it wasn't Louis Delatraz, you're right, John, it was Ricky Taylor in the blue Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. It's the sort of metallic silver of Delatraz, who is carrying on. So over the line they go. Now they're 2 minutes 3. That is 30 seconds off the circuit lap record. So that shows you how much of a tiptoe effort it is here. Now, do you brave this out, or do you go on wet tyres? The pit lane might be getting busy soon.
Well, we are in the glorious environs of the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Arjuna Kankapati, who was absolutely cooking yesterday. Are you getting slightly damp right now and not from the sweat?
Very slightly, John, but when I say slightly, I'm talking drops here and there down on pit lane. But I'm keeping an eye on some of the cameras around the track, and there are handkerchiefs being used to dry those lenses. So there is a big weather front that's currently over the circuit. I do see it blowing down towards the southeast. It will be very interesting to see with these hard Michelin tires if they're going to be able to get them up to temperature.
At the front of the field, the gap between the first two and third place, Dries Van Toor, the polemeister this year in the first 4 races, took all 4 pole position awards in the BMW. It's Acura, Cadillac, BMW, Porsche. Felipe Nasser's carved his way through the field, up 4 places to 4th. The Romain Grosjean returning Lamborghini SE63 in 5th. So 5 different manufacturers in the top 5, and the fighting at the front of the field, Peter Mackay, as bringing those 2 cars back to Dries Van Toor. And in fact, now we've almost got the full GTP field back together again. It was 4 seconds between the top 2 and everyone else. It's nowhere near that now.
It seems like the worst of it is in Sector 3, in the last third of the lap as the weather front's coming over. To give you an idea how bad it is, a GTD car, Pro car of Dan Harper, for just a moment ago, was the fastest car through Sector 3, but now the GTPs squeeze through the number 7. Felipe Nasser goes through. So great move there from the Brazilian, taking advantage of these inclement conditions. Porsche were nowhere in qualifying yesterday, but they, I'm sure, are delighted with those conditions.
Well, Felipe Nasser certainly is, up from 8th to 3rd position now. The Dries Van Toor has dropped a couple of positions, and here's Romain Grosjean going round the outside in the drier part of the circuit, down to the bus stop for the 4th time of asking. Dries Van Toor gets shuffled back another position by the Dex Imaging Cadillac. So it's all changed at the front of the field. It's, well, still Renger van der Zande and Jack Aitken, but Dries Van Toor, who crossed the line in 3rd, has dropped a couple of spots now. Felipe Nasser in 3rd, Romain Grosjean in 4th, Louis Delatraz in 5th. And was there a touch there for a moment between the 2 leaders? Here comes the Porsche. It's red, white and black at the front of the field. That's the car to have. A little slide from the leader, and through goes Jack Aitken. Cadillac leads at the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, sailing 6 hours of the Glen. The pole sitter sliding back in the Acura. And here comes Delatraz. Here comes Nasser in the Porsche and drives, and the pair of them. That is an extraordinary manoeuvre. Round the outside of 2 cars and takes lead. That number 7 Porsche is expertly set up and expertly driven by Felipe Nasser, who started in 8th place and has been complete lap number 4. He leads at the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen.
Championship leader to the front of the field. Amazing stuff from Felipe
and
Nasser.
Fastest lap.
7th on the grid. He was nowhere in qualifying yesterday. Over a second and a half off pole in the dry, and that was what they were staring down the barrel of if this was going to be a dry race today. But if it's going to be mixed conditions like this all the way through, that is, well, Christmas Day for Porsche Penske Motorsport.
I hope you brought plenty of popcorn, snacks and beverages, because you're not going to be able to tear yourself away from this one into the bus stop again. Still only 9 and a bit minutes of racing that we've had here, and already some stunning driving and some stunning overtaking. And by the way, huge amount of respect between these drivers. Any of those passes, any of those close calls could have resulted in a huge incident with everybody packed up so carefully, closely rather, but they have absolutely respected the competitive nature of this IMSA championship. Let's check in the LMP2 category, where Nick Poole has picked his way through in the United Autosports Oregon number 2 There was a whole United Autosports run. Luis Perez Compact has come through for AF Corsa in the number 88. Jeremy Clark is third in the number 43. Our Paul sitter, PJ Wyatt, down into fourth position. But they're in among the back of the GTP cars. That's incredible. The two privateer Porsches, Nico Varone in 10th and Timon van der Helmer in 11th, have both been passed by LMP2 cars. In GTD Pro, it's Andrea Caldarelli from pole position. Dan Harper for Paul Miller Racing in the BMW still in second. Then Nicky Katzberg for the number 4 Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller, ahead of Madison Snow, who made up position early on. He was making it 3 wide going into the bus stop. And finally, in this VP in-race update, in the GTD category, Alec Udell for DXDT in the Chevrolet Corvette. Daniel Morad for Korthoff Mercedes in second, 36 and 32. And Zachary Robichon ahead of Onofrio Triazzi in the Aston and the Ferrari, respectively. 27 and 023 make up your top 4. That's the VP Racing in-race update, with still 5 hours and 50 minutes to go. Have you had enough excitement already?
I don't know how we're going to manage this for 5 hours and 49 minutes. It's amazing stuff out there. To the lead of LMP2, Luis Perez Compact, using his experience of driving in the World Rally Championship over the years to handle these mixed conditions. Sometimes in a rally you've got to run on tyres that aren't familiar, but Felipe Nasr, we run out of superlatives for the brilliant Brazilian. Started off as in such a fine form, winning the opening 3 races of the season alongside Nick Tandy, his teammate, and well, this was not what they would have expected at all when they parked up after qualifying yesterday. I'd imagine they would be fairly glum after qualifying yesterday, but that frown is upside down at Force Penske Motorsport.
I don't know what they've done, whether they expected perhaps a little bit of a sprinkling of rain, but he's just driven away from the field. He's pulled out 3 seconds. He has lit the afterburners and gone. We saw those tremendous pictures at Le Mans from the sister car, actually, the number 6 car. The American contingent were out in an additional number 4 car at Le Mans, and it was almost like they did have afterburners from the deck-mounted exhaust pipes, I suppose, exits, and they were fully glowing down the Mulsanne Straight, and they did look like afterburners. Well, Felipe Nasr is on full military settings at the moment and is disappearing in the distance.
I wonder which button it is on the steering wheel to hit the afterburner. So it reminds me a lot actually of the 918 Spider road car, which had similar exhaust, which also spitted the kind of flames out of them too. And of course that engine has its roots in this Porsche 963, or sorry, the Porsche 963's engine has its roots in the 918 Spider and further back than that. But Nasr pulling away, and this is sometimes these things can occur in a championship year where things are going your way, and it just is what they've woken up today, and it's their lucky day right now. But it's a long, long way to go. If it dries up, then the Acuras and the Cadillacs still have that superior pace in the pocket.
I don't think it's certainly not wet all the way around the circuit. So the Porsche 963 is working in what I would call intermittent conditions, already coming to lap some of the GT cars, and goes by them without too much trouble down into that tricky 3+G 80 mile an hour deceleration.
You're breaking from 175 to 85 there in a short space of time, and the G-force going through the driver's body at that point is remarkable. Now we're getting close to representative dry race time.
Now
that there's a bit of temperature into the Michelin tyres, and then they begin to work. 134.981, fastest lap of the race, Jack Aitken. So he's taken 7/10 out of Nasr on that lap. So as things dry, we're now starting to see back to the form that we saw in qualifying yesterday. So this will be very interesting to see how quick Jack Aitken can close down that gap, and how hard Felipe Nasr will fight him for that track position.
Listen carefully behind our voices when you hear the squeal and the scream of a car going by. That is the Aston Martin Valkyrie, the Hartner Racing Valkyrie. It's the one in this championship. It's Ross Gunn who started that car. He's behind a couple of the LMP2 cars at the moment, but that car's improved at every outing. Leading in LMP2 at the moment is the light blue, number 88, Luis Perez Compact. in the AF Corsa number 88. Right, I shouldn't say this. I think it's settled down enough that we dare go down and speak to some of the drivers, single-seater drivers coming into sports car racing, getting some experience, looking to further their careers. One of those who's had a couple of big outings recently, Frederick Vesti from F2 Formula 2, FIA Formula 2 at that, and he's with Arjuna Kankapani now.
And he's part of the 3-driver lineup in the Cadillac wheeling car. Interesting race start, but flying at the beginning for the number 31.
Yeah, Jack did a really good job. Obviously, with the rain, it's such a big risk when you're going for the lead. He was definitely pushing hard and did a good job. And now currently P2, but chasing down P1, looking good.
And talk to me about the hard Michelin tyres being used. Obviously a high-energy track, lots of medium and high-speed corners, but I'm guessing in conditions like this, it can be somewhat tricky to try and warm it up.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. On a hot day, once the tyres are up to temp, they're working perfect. But on a coldish day like this, going out the pits on cold tyres, it's definitely a challenge. And the drivers can make a huge difference there if you're confident with the car and you get them fired up quickly.
Did you make any balance changes for the cooler weathers today as compared to what we expected?
We have quite a lot of tools in this car. Drivers and engineers all together, we're able to make good changes. So yeah, we should have a good car for today.
Thank you. And I've been listening on the radio as the pit wall coaches some of the drivers through those changes that they want to make to get the most out of the car.
Well, you can make a few changes in these LMDH cars, Peter, but not a lot. Not without coming into the pit lane, and there's not time for that here, as we discussed in the Porsche keys to the race. Live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh. And the Sahlen's 6 hours off the Glen, 5 3/4 hours to go. Felipe Nasr, who cleared off into the distance, but hit some traffic. And what do we always say? Traffic giveth, traffic taken away. It's taken away from Nasr. And Jack Aitken and Renger van der Zande have used that traffic to their advantage and closed right in. It was nearly 3 seconds, barely 3/10 as they went across the line. With Romain Grosjean running nicely in the Lamborghini SC63. We'd hope to see that car at Sebring, but he had some issues and it didn't come out to play there. But great to see that car back. Another different looking and sounding car. Just checking the classes at the moment where Andrea Caldarelli and Dan Harper, the Formula Racing BMW number 48 and the number 9 Lamborghini, pulling away from the rest of the field, and they're halfway up the LMP2 field at the moment. But this is danger time. Straight back the Porsche keys to the race here. Peter Mackay, traffic and how you deal with it. From now till the end of the race, there will be, unless you have a restart, there will be traffic, and it's just going to be part of your afternoon and morning and afternoon.
It's going to be constant all the way through. The way this track is, it's quite compact actually. When you look at it on the map, and it's fast, very very fast. So you can it's very smooth. And the thing is the minimum apex speed of the prototypes in these cars is way faster than the GT cars in a lot of cases. So they've really got to change their line a lot of the time, the prototypes, to try and get through, and that's the true skill of multi-class sports car racing, not just with the prototypes getting through, but the GTs also trying not to lose themselves time, but minimise the risk as well, because how many times do we see where a GT and a prototype have a disagreement, shall we, and then they both end up having problems. So that's something that everyone will be conscious of.
Jack Aitken, the noise that you can hear behind our voices is the Cadillac. Used to be the biggest engine in terms of cubic capacity. And of course, then the Partner Racing Valkyrie came along with the V12. But he's revving that number 31 Cadillac. V-Series are within an inch of his life, trying to stay up with Felipe Nasr, who's leading, trying to stay ahead of Renger van der Zande in what was the pole-sitting number 93 Acura ARX06.
For 12:30 local time, it is gloomy dark, which is, I mean, ominously so here at Watkins Glen. And now some little beads of water appearing on the windscreen of the number 31 Whelen Cadillac. But is it mental rain? Is it enough to make a difference?
But it is at the same part. It's the toe of the boot to the heel of the boot where the weather is coming on. There's parts of this track that haven't been wet yet, and yet we had tippy-toe stuff over the top of the rise into turn number 8. Heart of Racing number 23 carving its way through traffic.
Rain starting to fall a little bit
more turn 9.
In the third sector, yes. So is it getting more? So this is another quite stern exam in the new Aston Martin Valkyrie to handle these conditions, because I don't think we've had a huge amount of wet running so far this season.
I don't think that was the V12 we could hear from Ross Gunn's point of view. Across the line now, 5 hours and 40 minutes to go. Track limits here will be a feature as well. I'll write that down. Traffic and track limits, the 2 T's.
I think we're going to have more Porsche keys to the race than an experienced janitor.
Yes, indeed. Heart of Racing number 23 then climbing the hill in the hands of Ross Gunn, the Heart of Racing team. And it's very, very threatening clouds. And when it rains here, it rains. It rains very, very hard indeed. And when you can't see over the far side of the track, because the cloud, we're quite high up actually here at Watkins Glen, and you start to lose some of the distant hills. Let's go down to Arjuna and Diana. Let's take Arjuna first of all. It's only been spits and spots so far on pit lane. What's the situation there now, Arjuna?
It is slowly increasing in intensity, though, John. And I did get a message from Nathan Nicholson, of course, MX-5 Cup driver. He was saying reports of heavy rain from the outside of the boot. And obviously I mentioned the weather is kind of moving across the circuit. I'm wondering if we're going to start seeing that towards the main straight sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and hearing from the chatter on the official radio, and thanks to Aaron, who once again is working very hard up in Concord to make sure that we see all around the circuit and can describe the action to you, and that you around the world on the world feed can see some pictures as well. Well, Aaron's always tuned into everything. I'm not sure how many speakers, headphones, or indeed he has, but he filters the information through to us. And now from the outside of the outer loop down into that tricky area at turn number 6, downhill, left-hander, no runoff on the outside. Top 2 have just squeezed away a little bit, top 3 really, and then it's Romain Grosjean with Louis Delatraz and Dries Van Toor and Colin Brown back in 7th after the spin, the half spin, up through the foot of the boot, the sole of the boot, I suppose you would say that is, as they come across the top of the hill.
The blister of the boot, it might be by the end of the day. It's going to be well used, that's for sure. Now, I think we're getting close to the point where there might be a switchover in tyre performance here. Because there's been a switchover in the lead, because Jack Aitken has gone through into the lead of the race from Felipe Nasr. Great spot, John, about the sector-wise. We are losing a lot of time through sector 2 and 3 right now.
And that was coming out of the S's and heading down towards the inner loop, the bus stop, using the Tower Performance car nicely as well. As a bit of a pick there, just got a better run through that uphill section, made the pass round the outside, made it look pretty easy as well. Let's go down to Arjuna. The drivers are looking, the teams are looking, we are looking. What's going to happen next? I don't know. Does Joey Hand know? Let's find out.
Well, he's making his 200th start in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, so I hope he's got a better sense of the weather than me. What do you think's going out on the track right now for your driver? We're hearing reports of heavy rain in Sector 2.
Oh, man. I haven't heard the heavy rain part, but I mean, this is just typical Watkins Glen, man. I've been here for so many races. I don't remember the last time it didn't rain once. Yeah, we are hearing rain right here. Yeah. I mean, that's just the way this race goes. I mean, such an awesome race. I love this one. 6 hours. It's a tough one for only being a 6-hour race. It's a very difficult race, but it's always a great show for the fans. I don't like that they get wet, but I'll tell you, I've never seen so many fans on the fan walk on the grid. So that's exciting. Tons of people camping. That's exciting to me. But yeah, I hope they enjoy seeing this Mustang go around and hearing it. You know, we have so many people that come up and say they love seeing this car, especially the 66 car. Happy to be back here with Gradient after a couple short races. I was away. I'll be here for all the long races, but yeah, I just got to stay clean here for a while, you know.
Do you think that the program's developed since, obviously, you mentioned you're part of the endurance lineup? We had sprint drivers the last couple of rounds. Has the team found a little bit more performance in this Ford Mustang GT3?
Yeah, I mean, it's always race to race, you know, but I mean, the team definitely has learned the car a lot more. It's I went and visited them at Laguna when they were there, and yeah, I mean, every week they just get better and better with it. We start to understand. Yeah, you guess on setups less. We have a really good working relationship with the factory cars, Multimatic, Ford Performance. Ford is really good about, we have Ford guys sitting right here with us. So, and those are guys that I know really well. So we have a good, you know, we're not struggling for information. We definitely have all that at our disposal. So it's just about making the right calls. I mean, when you look at the weather here, it's like, what do you do? You know, like bigger springs, smaller springs, you don't know here, but just try and guess in the middle a little bit and just make sure you have a good car to race. That's what you need here. You just need a good car because you spend a lot of time offline here getting passed by prototypes and dogfighting with other people. So you just want a good race car.
Thanks, Joey.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate it.
Always great to hear the voice of Joey Hans and wise words there from the man who likes to be comfy.
As always, yeah. This is effectively a home fixture for his teammate, Till Bechtelsheimer, who lives not far outside of New York City. Very keen pilot is Till. So I wonder if he flew over here. I don't know where the nearest airport is to Watkins Glen.
Oh, just down at the bottom of the hill at Corning.
There we go, perfect.
Down at the far side of the circuit, bit of action going on last time around. And this is that battle for the lead, which continues to go back and forth between Renger van der Zande and the Whelen Cadillac of Jack Aitken. But they stay in the order. Aitken, van der Zande. Philippe Naz has dropped off a couple of seconds. Romain Grosjean on a lonely run at the moment. 4 seconds, about 0.8 of a second actually, further back down the road.
Best overall result for that car, that Lamborghini SC63, was 7th place at Sebring last year. They've had a difficult time with that car, but a great start, opening stint from Romain Grosjean, taking advantage of these inclement conditions to try and make some time. And it is indeed in Sector 2 where the majority, the majority of the time is going away. Basically, that's from outside of the S's to all the way to the toe of the boot. That's where the worst of the weather seems to be right now. So it's moved a bit from where it was near the heel of the boot.
Remember when I said on the formation lap, we were looking at our tracker, the brilliantly titled Dancing Ants or the Marching Ants, as Brian Till, colleague, has often called it. It's pretty much covering the whole track. It's only the start-finish straight that for a moment was clear. And then around comes the number 45 GTT and heavy rain now in pit lane. Proper rain reported in pit lane, and it's on the windscreens of the cars as well. Now this is a crucial part of the race. All of the drivers now going into the unknown. They are still on Michelin slick tyres. I'm very surprised to see drivers using the wipers here. Sheldon von der Linde for BMW, the number 25, using the wipers all the way down the second half of the front straight and then through the S's. Still on at the moment. I think he's just forgotten to turn them off now because there's no rain. But my goodness me, you try not to do that, and George Kurtz hasn't, as he's in the chute at the moment, down to turn number 6. Top of the boot, if you will. Just picking his way through some traffic, including the plaid bikini there.
The plaid bikini, or as the tartan Lambo, as it's sometimes be referred to by some of our friends from back home in Scotland. And of course, Scotsman making his GTD Pro debut there, as Andy Mitchell pairing up with Andrea Caldarelli. Spoke to Arjuna Kankapati down on the grid, saying it's a little bit like British GT weather, which is what he's used to driving in, and it's certainly British GT weather that's going on at the moment.
Yellow flags out on the circuit. It's actually slippery surface flags. It's the yellow and red striped flag, not the flag of Catalonia, although it's the same colour as that. It generally is taken to mean that there is something on the circuit that shouldn't be. Could be a bit of debris, but I think in this case we can pretty safely say that that's moisture on the top of the circuit. And that is going to be very tricky indeed for all of the drivers. The problem is, Peter, as you rightly said, is that just psychological rain? And explain what you mean by that.
Well, it's a bit of a motorcycle racing term, actually.
Very much so.
Because the motorcycle racers, when it hits their visor of their helmet, they think, oh no, it's starting to rain, I've got to be careful, and they slow down. It's similar idea anyway for a racing car driver when the rain hits the windshield and then starts to dissipate around, and you think, how much is that actually cooling the track surface? Because it's not so much, there isn't any standing water out there yet, so it's more tyre temperature, because it's the rain that cools the tyre, and if it drops below a certain operating window, it doesn't work. And as Renger van der Zande said, it's the hard Michelin tyre that they're using. Therefore, that will be the tyre that works at the highest peak temperature. The soft would be the ideal one, you would think, in damp conditions, but they've got what they've got. But nobody, John, has taken a punt yet. Nobody's
it's not wet enough.
No, it's not, definitely not. But nobody's taken that roll of the dice that this early in the race. It's too early to make that call.
We have made minimum time for GTP and GTD Pro for the pro classes in terms of the drivers. The rain is sort of coming and going in waves, and it's still quite a high ambient temperature. 26 Celsius is 79 Fahrenheit in the air. On the track, it's 82 Fahrenheit, which is 28. So if it rains a bit more, it'll get greasy. That's the thing, because you've got the tyre rubber down there and it sits on the top, and that's why you see people sometimes not trying to get to the apex of the corner. Let's take a quick VP in-race update. We'll start with GTD. Alec Udell for DXDT Racing leads from Zachary Robichon. Harter Racing Aston Martin Vantage. 36 from 27. Daniel Morad for Court-Off Competition, and 32 is third. Top six, Alessandro Perguidi up from the back of the grid. And the Dex Imaging Lamborghini, the number 45 car, is off the circuit, and a full course yellow has come out. And there's damage to the back of that car. There was no choice here. So we'll pause our VP in-race update for a moment. It was Graham Doyle in the Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini. He's had one of those awful swappers where he's gone off over the curb on the left-hand side of the circuit, and then the car has swapped ends quickly and ended up on the opposite side of the track. It's at turn one, just on the exit of turn one. We've said how difficult it is. My bet he's going to run off the track, and as he comes back on is when he loses the car. Yeah, one way and the other, one side then the other, and then rolls actually not too far away from one of the overlaps. You'll get that in there. Well, right hand side taking a bashing there, and the right rear suspension's done on that car.
Yeah, totally done, unfortunately. That's a tough lesson for Graham Doyle, very young driver, driving on slicks in an everly increasingly wet track.
What do you not do?
Go on the curb. Yeah. Even in a street car
Stay
at slow speed, you can feel it, let alone in a race car. So, yeah, there's a hard lesson there for Graham Doyle. That will likely be race over. There was a lot of damage there, especially maybe in a 24-hour race you'd try and get the car back and fix it, but this is truly a 6-hour sprint here at the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. Now, while we're behind the Chevrolet Corvette pace car, how the weather develops over the next 2 minutes or so, 3 minutes or so, will be influencing the decision over whether the teams decide do we throw rain tyres on, or do we put dry? Do we keep our dry tyres as we are? We definitely won't be putting new dry tyres, that's for sure, because they'll be stone cold. So we stay on. If you are going to say, right, we need to have dries, you're going to keep the ones you've got, because they've got at least a bit of temperature left in them. So it's going to be it's going to be tricky, but it's going to be busy for Diana and Arjuna in the pit lane shortly, I think, because they'll keep trying to keep an eye on everyone.
Much heavier rain being reported from our pit lane team. If you're new to IMSA racing, maybe coming up to watch us. Oh, listen carefully. I can hear the rain falling heavily now.
Really heavy now.
On our effects mics round the circuit, yeah. This is, right, it's belting down now. As soon as the pit lane opens, everyone will come in for wet weather tyres.
Now this is, of course, if to follow the normal procedure here, all the field bunches up together, then it will be prototypes first, and then GTs after that. It's going to be, the pit lane is going to be chaos. And also, if you're in the GT category, all the while you're on dry, slick tyres with absolutely no tread at all, trying to clear away the water, and therefore you're losing temperature. It's going to be difficult to survive. We potentially could see a red flag here, John.
Yeah, I think you're right. They're going to quickly do the pass around, I think, and try and get everybody in the right places. The wipers can't cope. You slow down to safety car speed. That means the aero's not clearing the screen. Been described by our pit lane reporters as monsoon-like. Yeah, come to Watkins Glen, they said. Work in the pits for us, they said. It'll be lovely. This now is very, very dangerous indeed, even at safety car speeds, because particularly for the prototypes, those cars run so close to the ground. If there is any standing water, it doesn't have to be much. The centre plank of the cars could be in that water, and basically what happens is you start to get a bow wave forming underneath the car, and you turn a very expensive prototype into a couple of $1 million worth of boogie board. We'll watch what's going on out there on the circuit. Let's take an experienced driver's view of what's going on right now. I bet Paul DeResta is very happy he's not in the car. Let's put the Scots together in sort of Scottish weather, Diana.
Yes, I'm used to this weather, John. Absolutely. Paul DeResta from United Autosports alongside me. Paul and I are under an awning at the moment, just because it's absolutely throwing it down here, Paul. This wasn't expected at this time.
Well, the forecast's been changing quite a lot the last few hours, and I think some people predicted it. So you can see it's been a short, sharp shower. Of course, that's going to throw it up. In our case, obviously, Dan, most of the bronze-rated drivers are in doing their stint, so it's going to make it a bit difficult for them. But it cools everything down a bit. A shame for the fans, but at the same time, that's part of it. And when you come to this part of the world at this time of year, that's why it's so green.
I'm watching the teams around us, and they're all getting their tyres. They had the sort of soft tyres first, but now the wets are coming out, so I guess it's debatable at this moment.
Yes, chaos. I think it's definitely you'll have to go on wets. That was too sharp a shower. It's not going to come to much, but you just never know what's around. It seems to be building off the lake actually, and you're catching the edge of it. But the edge of it, you can see, can be powerful. Equally, some small dots is probably the least preferred when you're on slicks as well, because the drops seem relatively big and can make a big impact at one corner or the other side of the track versus the other side.
Where do you have to be most cautious when it's like this? What parts of the track?
I think in IMSA you just have to be cautious to the last hour. You need to try and stay in it, but of course you want track position, because track position is so key on a track like this with so much traffic. So racing drivers cautious is not really in the instruction manual, is it?
No. When are you getting in the car?
A little while, but that could change. I was on my way to get lunch and took shade under this, shelter, I would say, underneath this awning, and I'm going to continue my way to try and get some nutrition.
All right, thanks very much, Paul.
While that interview was going on, at least 4 cars have gone off behind the safety car. George Kurtz in the 04 crowd strike by Algarve Pro Racing. The number 2, Nick Bull, driven United Autosport car, and also the Tower Motorsport car went off as well, and that's come into a closed pit, as has George Kurtz. And we also had the number 11 TDS car in the barriers as well. Now, they've come in and they've put tyres on. Does this count as emergency service because it's wet weather? I'm not sure that it does, but you could make that argument, couldn't you, for George Kurtz? Arjuna Kankapati is down there watching for us.
I saw Tower come in and out. I'm watching the crowd strike by APR entry do the same. And Dragon Speed's GTD Pro car has also come in to bolt on a set of wet Michelin compound tires. And so I was wondering the same thing as you right there, John. Does this count as emergency service? Because what they've done is put themselves in a much safer situation for the conditions we have right now. I will also point out, rain on pit lane has very much lessened. We had a brief monsoon shower, and like a monsoon, it decided to disappear as quickly as it arrived.
So 81 Dragon Speed, Ferrari, the 8 LMP2 Tower car, and the 04 Tower car all ended a closed pit. They may feel that even taking a penalty, Peter, and putting wet weather tyres on now, they're going to have to come back in at the end of the pit lane when we go back green. And they may feel that taking that penalty is actually better than putting the car on the wall again.
That could be right, yes, because in emergency service you are allowed, when the pits are closed, as they are right now, and they will open shortly for prototypes, that you can enter a closed pit for mechanical handicaps, which damaging the front wing, which is exactly what George Kurtz did. We can come in to have that replaced, or a flat/deflating tyre. Now, they changed at least one tyre, if not more.
Changed all four.
Changed all four. Now, that is beyond emergency service. In my understanding, that is a penalty.
So he'll get a drive-through when we go back to green.
Yeah, we've seen heavier penalties even than that when extra work is done out with of emergency service, because there is an advantage to do it before the pits actually open. So we'll see. But as a team, you could argue saying it's impossible to drive on slicks in huge amount of standing water, which there's a fair argument as well. So you wouldn't want to be in race control, would you? I say that a lot.
Yes, true. Hello to Sarah Rigby, tuned in sound and vision, obviously supporting Aston Martin and the Van der Steur racing machine. And good luck, offering them good luck. Thomas Pitts, looks like the Watkins Glen International swapped weather with the Nordschleife. Well, if you're watching any of our coverage earlier on, not a drop of wet rain at the Nordschleife. Steaming hot, triple-digit temperatures the whole week. Raining like a British barbecue party, says Johnny Main. Very good. And also hello to Gareth Evans. A lot cooler in the shed this evening. Tuned into the Sahlen 6 hours. And thank you very much for joining us. Steve Price from Lucky Sons. He says, I'm often embarrassed to admit, but I often mistake Peter Mackay's voice with Alan McNish.
That is the best compliment I've received all week.
Well, not Mike Rockefeller, because
no, we're not. No,
okay.
Let's be professional.
Okay.
No, but that's Alan is. I'm happy to say he's one of my absolute heroes. So I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Hello to Neil Strickland. Thanks very much for the kind words about the audio balance. Working hard in London with Rob this evening, taking over from Curry, and also Art and the team. Pits are open for prototype. Let's head down to our pit lane reporting team, and first of all take Diana Binks. Well, I think the weather must have got into the equipment. Let's go to Arjuna then.
I'm stood right by the Heart of Racing and JDC Miller crews who are going hard to work, filling up the car with the virtual energy and putting on those Michelin wet compound tires as well. I will call out, 63 has had a rocket of a pit sequence and has released just alongside. They may have gained a bunch of positions through all of that. A very good pit stop for them.
63 being the Lamborghini. Let's see if we can check in with Diana.
Yes, I'm in the middle of the pit lane here. TDS Racing, the number 11, are waiting to receive their car on the pit apron. They've got the wet tyres ready, and the car is making its way in now, but they'll be with us in just a few seconds' time. There's quite a lot of spray still in the pit lane area, certainly on that pit apron. The team have now got the front nose cone ready for this car, so I suspect that's going to be changed as it lands here on the pit apron.
Problem for the Whelen Cadillac. That was all. The front left got it up on the jacks, dropped it down. Then the front of the car wasn't playing ball at all there, Pete. It cost them some time, but my goodness, that would have been way worse if it had been in green flag conditions, they've actually not done too badly out of that.
Well, it's not ideal. They've lost a lot of real estate, and this is what we're talking about. You know, if you have if you had a drive-through penalty, for example, well, that isn't, but similar loss of time actually. And it's not just going to drop you a few positions; it's going to drop you right to the back of the category. So Jack Aitken will get an update when they come back around, but he's likely to have dropped all the way to the back of GTP, which would be 13th position overall. So having been leading the race as when that full course yellow came out, he's now got all that work to do. He's got a quick race car, clearly, but it's not ideal, unfortunately, there for the Whelen Action Express team.
Wonder if this weather is just causing one or two changes to driver rotations as well. Dan Harper in second. We'll open up the pits in a second. How many of the P2s came in? Oh no, they did. That's fine. Sorry, I've scrolled too far down my timing screen, and so the 52 is in at the moment. That very pretty light blue colour, Rodrigo Sales, PR1 Matheson Motorsport, and that's a set of brand new Michelin wet weather tyres going on there. And do you know what? If you're in GTD at the moment and you're looking at this weather, you're going to come in because you're going to definitely put some fuel in the car.
Yeah, when you come in
are you
anyway.
Are you going to put wets on? I think you've got to, haven't you?
Out of pure safety, yes. I mean, even at pace car speed, we've seen cars speeding off the road. The thing is that when you have a slick tyre, it's perfect for a dry track. It can generate lots of grip, lots of temperature, whereas a groove tyre, the wet tyre, the grooves in it are designed to, they've got two purposes. One, to clear standing water, and also for the tread blocks to move and generate temperature, which generates grip. But when you think everybody's felt it when you're driving along the highway at 60 miles an hour or so, and you hit a big bit of standing water, the car will move, and that's because the tread blocks in the tyre can't move the water away. Imagine a slick tyre with no tread blocks. You just go up onto the top of it and just skate like you're on ice. So it's really not easy at all.
Pits are open for the GTD cars. Andrea Caldarelli brings in all of the GTD pros. Staying out, Chris Mace for Ford Multimatic in the number 65 car. Now there's brave. I wondered if somebody would do it. Let's get down to Diana Binks.
I'm just making my way down to that pit box, John, but I'm a bit too far away at the moment, so I will need to refer back to you.
Arjuna.
I'm actually going to see if I can grab a word with Nick Tandy, driver in the Porsche Penske Motorsports machine. Nick, let's get out of a little bit of the moisture that's still over the pit lane. That was a heavy burst of rain, but what a lightning start for your teammate at the start of the race in those dry conditions.
Yeah, it was great to watch. We're running a bit heavier this year than we were last year, and I mean, I think even my boy Felix said it looks like that extra weight is helping to switch on the tyres. Obviously, there was a little bit of rain during the start, but Felipe did an unbelievable job getting some temp in the tyres, and it was great to watch. Obviously, now it's a bit wetter again, so we'll have to see how the relative pace stacks out, but it's been a good race to watch from the sideline so far, so I'm looking forward to getting in and joining it.
And it seems like you'll probably be getting in with the track drying up. And one thing I've talked to a couple of the other drivers about, harder Michelin tyre, which I guess in these conditions with that drying surface might be difficult to get up to temperature.
It is. Of course, it's exactly as you think. The hardest compound that we run, is the most susceptible to cooling down. This is the problem. When there's rain, you can have a wet surface, but if you have temperature in the rubber still grips. It's when the temperature comes out of the tyre. So yeah, the hard tyre is obviously, it's well suited to this track normally, but yeah, a little bit of water or moisture on the surface, and it soon cools down. It obviously then makes the crossover point from the wets onto the slick tyre, a little bit later than, let's say, if we were running the medium compound that we normally do. So, but it's the same for everyone. So it just spices everything up and makes it more interesting. We didn't have a very interesting Saturday, so we're all interested things that are mixing the race up is good.
And as a driver, I'm guessing, when you're slightly on the back foot, it's nice to have this sort of changeable condition. It gives you that chance to really force your way to the front.
Yeah, exactly. On a straight race, I don't think we've got much for the Acuras and the Caddies. So, yeah, anything that can mix up the order or mix up what's going on, or even give us a chance to play a bit of strategy. This is all taken into the pit stops that are going to come later in the race. So, yeah, it's all part of endurance racing, eh?
Best of luck.
And to Diana Binks, sorry, I hadn't realised you'd had to step out of the lane earlier on. My apologies. Diana Binks with Aaron Teelitz down at Vassar Sullivan.
No problem. Thank you very much, John. Aaron, you've just jumped out of the car. First of all, how was that start?
Yeah, nice and clean start. Our Lexus RCF GT3 car is working well out there. But it's a classic Watkins Glen 6-hour race. Rain showers popping up, and now it's time to go to work on strategy. And Ben's hopping in for his first stint since Daytona. We'll see how he goes.
How much is that strategy changing and having to change at this point?
Yeah, it's always a moving target here with the weather. You don't know what's coming on the radar, and all of a sudden a rain shower will pop up. So it'll start drying out right now, but it's still going to be quite a few laps before it gets back to dry. There's tons of spray out there. So yeah, it'll be when you go back to slicks.
How tricky was it in those conditions? How tricky was it in those conditions?
Yeah, it's really tricky especially when there starts to get the rivers and puddles here with all the elevation. That's what's really tricky. When it's just damp or wet, you can make it around on slicks okay, but it's the puddles and rivers that catch you out and make you hydroplane off the road.
Did you enjoy that stint?
Yeah, a little bit, a little stressful there at the end, but yeah, good so far.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Second visit to the pits in this full course yellow period for Jack Aiken in the number 31. We were watching on www.imsa.com/GTP-telemetry, and he didn't get a full splash of energy. I'm sorry, I've completely mixed all of the potential nomenclature there. He didn't get his full complement of energy, and they brought him back around to do that again in what was a difficult stop for them. It went up, it dropped down, they couldn't get the front left wheel off. That wasn't a slick stop for the number 31 Whelan crew.
Which it normally is. It normally is, isn't it? So they just had a problem with the jack on the car, and I think because of that, they couldn't then put fuel in the car. They couldn't get it steady to be able to do that, so they had to bring the car back in. Actually, it doesn't make any difference at all because he's going to come right to the back of the class, which is where he was anyway. So not an ideal start, but it's not a deal breaker. That's the thing. This is going to be a race where everyone is going to have little errors here and there. It's just so are the conditions. And remember, we're going around at pace car speed at the moment. When we get to racing speed, the spray will be absolutely incredible, and everyone will have to deal with it, because it's not like a traditional sprint race where everyone's in one constant snake. It's a mixture, so you're going to have spray everywhere for all of the cars.
What's happening now is we're doing the class splits, so all of the GTPs go ahead of everybody. All of the LMP2s go ahead of the GTD Pros, and all of the GTD Pros go ahead of the GTPs. All the GTDs just have to sit there and get passed by everybody and restart.
Now, we always advocate enjoying watching IMSA responsibly, but I'm going to say it. Yellows breed yellows.
Oh, Peter. Good heavens. Good heavens above.
It's a truism.
It is. It is a truism. If you've been watching the entertainment press release, you can't help but have noticed that Brad Pitt's F1 movie is out. Why are we talking about that in a sports car race? Well, because the start and part of the backstory of Brad Pitt's character in the F1 movie is that he's racing in IMSA. And quite a lot was filmed at Daytona last year, not the one just gone, the one before. And the Wright Motorsport number 120 was the car that was in the race and being filmed as Sonny Hayes' car. That's Brad's character. I can know Brad, I'm pretty certain. And they also had a car in the same livery running at Le Mans, actually, to promote the movie. Now, I haven't seen it yet,
Yep, they've carried it over for this Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen. Brilliant way to promote the film. And we even saw at the Rolex 24 at Daytona last year, Lee Diffie even did his own stunts.
Yeah.
As one of the broadcasters in the movie.
Apparently,
we were busy.
Apparently, there's a sneak preview for some of the IMSA staff of the Formula One movie at one of the theatres here in Watkins Glen this weekend. Maybe that's next week, actually. Friday gone. And Arjuna was there. Now, he can't tell us too much about this, or maybe he can. Motor racing films are often not, motor racing movies often not for motor racing people. The same way as rock and pop movies aren't necessarily for rock and pop people. But what did you make of it, Arjuna? What can you tell us about it? Did you have to sign an NDA?
I'll be careful what I say so I don't get in trouble. But what I will say is I thoroughly enjoyed it, John. And so much so that I've already booked my ticket so that I can go back home next week and watch it on opening night again on the big screen. So if that's a recommendation, Arjuna top tip, go see the F1 movie. You'll love it. Just make sure you turn your brain off slightly. There's a couple of Hollywood things, but if you can get past it, you'll love it.
No. Do you know what? I'll go with that. And good to see IMSA and Daytona featuring in the trailer as well as in the movie as well. 2 thumbs up from Arjuna then for that one.
Good
Excellent.
enough for me.
The good news, well, yeah, I'm sort of hoping it's going to be on a plane sometime soon, while away a couple of hours on the big silver tubular cinema in the sky, as Joe Bradley always calls them. And we have the safety car lights out, so we can't get ourselves into trouble with Hollywood. And the news on the back of that, by the way, is that the next project will be the Isle of Man TT for Brad Pitt, the historic motorcycle road racing circuit on the Isle of Man, just off the west coast of Great Britain, between Great Britain and Ireland, the island of Ireland. And that is already being investigated at the moment. I've spoken to a few people I know who follow motorcycling and report on motorcycling. And there's a few cast members as well that have been mentioned for that. I'm not certain we're allowed to say anything about that, but we'll put that to one side for the TT movie, one of the leads.
As long as John McGuinness is playing himself, that's important.
One of my favourite stats about Jochen Mass, God rest his soul, on our Roll of Honour, was that he played himself in the movie Rush. Well, that was great. 5 hours, 3 minutes and 28, 27, 26 seconds to go, and we're back to green. And Renger van der Zande jumps back out to the lead. It's like the start of the race, but wetter, as through into second place. Dries van Tor for the BMW M Team RLL machine, number 24. Then Felipe Nasr. What a start to the race it's been for the championship leading Porsche Penske Motorsport. Now all on Michelin wet weather tyres. So how quickly will it dry? Oh, Schamozzle down at turn 1. The Lamborghini, I think, involved in that.
Toby Luke in the LMP2 class for Era Motorsport. This is a totally new experience for him. He's relatively new in LMP2 machinery, and wet restart at Watkins Glen, that is really, really tough for him. Just got to try and get into a rhythm and keep it out the wall really until his minimum driver time is complete.
Yeah, he's got 90 minutes to put in, so he's got another half an hour or thereabouts through the inner loop, the bus stop, and there's a mix of cars already. And here in these restarts, this is where the GT, big spin for the blue Lamborghini in the middle of the pack there. And incredibly, I don't think anybody hit the number 78 Forte machine, which was restarted by Misha Goikberg in 7th position in GTD. Under braking, the GTDs and the GTD Pros will have a huge advantage. They've got racing ABS, which of course the prototypes don't do. Go and buy a lottery ticket, Misha. I don't think he got touched by anybody on the way in, and somehow he found a gap in the middle of the pack.
Has also found the biggest piece of runoff on the racetrack that Ricky Taylor was put into on the opening lap. Now, there's some real, shall we say, salt in the wound penalties being handed out. The number 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac has had a penalty, a drive-through, for having a tyre without a crew member beside it. Oh, that's frustrating. The number 11 TDS car put people over the wall before the car stops. Drive-through, that's equally frustrating.
Huge crash at turn number 9, coming back onto the racetrack, and this is not finished yet. It's going to be more. The yellows are out. It was the 52 that went around first for Rodrigo Sahlen, I think, and that's kicked it all off. There's a Lamborghini in there. I think it's the Forte car that was making its way around the shortcut, and there's pieces of broken car. The TDS number 11 is in there as well. That's the yellow car, but there's a lot of bodywork also in there as well. The number 18, that's the Era Motorsport machine for Toby.
The windshield has broken on the Orica of TDS. I've never seen that happen on an Orica 07 before.
No, it's completely gone on the number 11 TDS racing car. That car was in the wall earlier on. The good news is the windscreen wiper arm is still working.
Well, you've got to admire the tenacity of Stephen Thomas to get the car back, but it is absolutely
saved himself a walk. Is all.
Yes, a wet walk.
The windscreen has popped out and is intact on the racetrack. Wow,
I've never seen that happen before.
No, that is a bonded windscreen held in with all kinds of clips and accoutrements. That car's done for the day. Fear the Taff for TDS Racing. Our intrepid AMR safety crew are going to have a lot of sweeping up to do. All of the cars, bar Rodrigo Sahlen, have driven away. That's incredible.
Pretty impressive. There might be some others with residual damage that we might find out later on, or when the pits reopen again. Now, of course, there will be a short yellow, won't we? So the pits actually they will remain closed. If there is a full course yellow within 15 minutes of the previous one, that means the pits don't reopen. So the 40 Lamborghini has had to take emergency service.
We haven't had enough green to get the penalties from the cars that entered the closed pit the last time, but I reckon the 11's now done it twice. See if we... Oh, Sahlen spun on his own and ended up in facing the traffic round the corner out of sight. And unfortunately, as Stephen Thomas came round, he was in the middle of the track and had absolutely nowhere to go. Where does the Lamborghini come from? I think that was a shortcut for that Lamborghini, that it had come through and done the NASCAR loop rather than...
Which, of course, means the lap won't count.
Yeah.
But they've got bigger problems right now, I think. Now, the 04 CrowdStrike car, which has a penalty hanging over it for improperly served emergency service, which flashed up on our screen, or was I imagining things?
No, I definitely did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So, at the first, let's have another gander at what went on here. Sahlen was already spun. How did the Ford Mustang miss that car? I said that the GTs would be starting to come through. Then everybody starts checking up. The Winward Racing Championship leading 57 car right in the middle of that melee. And there's damage. There's undoubted damage to that car, but it's the Stephen Thomas TDS racing car that took the brunt of that. Absolute innocent. Came round the corner to be faced with Rodrigo Sahlen right in front of him, smiling at him. Actually, I bet he wasn't. I bet his eyes were very, very wide.
You would definitely see that the eyes would be half the width of New York State itself at that point. Poor old Rodrigo Sahlen. Yes, I wasn't imagining things. The 04 CrowdStrike car is a big penalty too.
Yeah.
Penalty for running the red light at the pit exit stop plus 60. There's also that. Now, this is important. In GTD Pro, the number 48 has also received the exact same penalty. So Dan Harper has run the red light at the pit exit. That is a stop plus 60. That's huge.
Yeah.
Third place in GTD Pro.
That's a lap. That's pretty much a lap.
At least.
Yeah. The GTD Pro fastest lap is mid 140s, 146, 147.
The only saving grace is a wet lap takes a bit longer than a dry lap.
That is true.
Yeah, that's
we're not going green anytime soon, Peter.
No, we're not. As Rodrigo Salas is being attended to with the track crew there.
But look how quickly the track is drying here. It does dry quickly here if there's a bit of wind. We'll get down to the pit lane, and our reporters in a wee moment, I suspect that there'll be a few drivers around who'll have popped out now that the rain, I think, is abated, if not potentially stopped entirely. Now, we're hearing now from race control that Rodrigo Sales might have had help from Madison Snow. So that is under review. I said the GT cars would come through the prototypes, and particularly, obviously, the LMP2s with some slightly less experienced drivers in there, and having the advantage of ABS braking and traction control, then you are going to have an advantage in wet weather conditions.
And the weight makes
and the weight,
difference.
yeah, you're right.
The weight in a GT
point.
car is easier to get the tyre temperature in there.
And the GTD cars don't rely so much on the aero, for which you've got to be moving forward quickly. They have more mechanical grip, which is actually what you need in the wet.
And they're not as stiff as a prototype.
Yeah,
so they'll pitch more. So all these things work in your favour in the wet. That's why when we had that little flurry of drizzle, if you like, in the first part of the race, for a short moment, the GTD Pro number 48 BMW was fastest through Sector 3 in that area that was wet. The Forte crew now going to work on the number 78 Lamborghini, paying attention to the front left of that car.
Let's head down to the pit lane and that Forte car. That was a separate incident. Diana Binks is down at the Lamborghini pit.
The Lamborghini is on the pit apron, and they're actually repairing it. They had a towing issue. They were repairing that at the front of the car at the moment on that pit apron. They had an incident, as you rightly said earlier, on track, but they're working pretty hard on that car now down here in the pit apron. The only thing is, I think lots of teams are getting ready for the drivers to come in. Tyres are now, showing themselves on that pit wall, so it's going to get pretty frantic down here fairly soon. But they're hoping that they're going to get this car out as quickly as possible. But it looks like there's just a very slight delay on that at the moment. So I expect that Lamborghini to stay here for a little bit longer yet.
Thank you, Diana. And the work goes on. Well, we can go back to talking movies now then, with just under 5 hours to go. 4 hours 54. First of all, let me give you I was starting the update, wasn't I? So let's do that, because we're behind the safety car. Renda van der Zande leads for the Honda run Acura ARX06, the 93 red, white, and black car. It's BMW in second with the number 24 of Dries Van Tor. Then Felipe Nasr in third for Porsche, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Then Louis Delatraz for the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac in fourth position. Acura, BMW, Porsche, Cadillac and Lamborghini with Roman Grosjean in fifth position, having started the SC63 Squadra Corsa Lamborghini number 63. Then it's Sheldon van der Linde for BMW. Colin Brown, who had a wiper issue, I'm not sure whether that is cleared yet. No, okay. And they haven't been able to swap that over or give it a kick or whatever it needed in the number 60 Acura. And then, rounding off the top 10, Mathieu Jaminet and Tijmen van der Helm for the two Porsches. Might as well go to 11th, 10th, 11th and 12th actually. Neil Jarni for Proton competition, so three Porsches, 8th, 9th, 9th, 10th and 11th. And then Roman, I'll get this right, 8th, 9th and 10th. Roman De Angelis is in the Heart of Racing Valkyrie in 11th position. Jack Aitken, after that additional stop, is in 12th. And Ricky Taylor is in 13th at the back of the GTP field, behind the prototypes. Luis Perez Companc leads in the AF Corsa number 88 LMP2 from Daniel Goldberg. For United, number 22, and PJ Hyatt for the Paul Sitting AO Racing Purple Spike, the Dragon number 99. Chris Cummings is in fourth in the Pratt Miller Motorsports number 73. Gar Robinson in fifth for Riley, and Jeremy Clark for Inter Europol competition. And we'll quickly run through the top runners in GTD Pro before going to the pit lane. Nicky Katzberg now leads in GTD Pro for the number 4 Corvette from AO Racing and Lauren Heinrich in the Porsche. Number 77, Dan Harper for Paul Miller Racing's 48 is in third. Sandy Mitchell for Pfaff in the Tartan Lamborghini, the plaid Pfaff Lamborghini. The number 9 car is in fourth. Madison Snow in fifth, although under investigation for being involved in some way, shape or form with the spinning number 52 car that started this incident. Then in GTD, Zachary Robichon for Harter Racing, Aston and Turner Motorsport. Patrick Gallagher up into second now as they start the pit. Mike Rockefeller comes into the pits for a Ford Multimatic Motorsport, the number 64 Pro car. And Sally Yollick's come in from third for DXDT Chevrolet. And Mikey Taylor then after. Oh, Lilo Wadu for the Ferrari, and Mikey Taylor and Anthony McIntosh. And I'm hearing that the championship leader is behind the wall and in the paddock in GTT. That's the 57, the blue number 57. Yeah, and there's not much work going on there at the moment. So that is the championship leading car. And that was a weird hit. Let's pick up some pit lane reports after our VP in-race update. Arjuna first and then Diana.
I've caught up with Daniel Morad in the Kortov competition, Motors Mercedes AMG. Daniel, how crazy was that from your perspective? You and I were just talking about the treacherous conditions under safety car.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the start of the race was pretty mad. Like, you would think that was the last lap of the race, but I guess in a 6-hour race, it's more or less a sprint nowadays, so you're trying to establish track position, but I didn't want any part of that. I kind of backed out of a lot of situations and tried to preserve the Korthoff Mercedes, and so far, so good. Under safety car was really sketchy, actually. Like, we had to do about 50 kilometers per hour, and I just I let Jesus take the wheel, so yeah, it was it was insane. Like, that was the weirdest safety car I've ever done. It was difficult, but now it looks like with that last incident, we might have a little bit of damage on the right side of the car. So we're not sure. We're trying to assess right now, and we'll keep our fingers crossed.
Obviously, you usually drive the Winward Racing GT4 car. You and I were just talking about the contact to their GT3 car that sent them behind the wall. What did you see on track?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw the replay that, Mikey did a great job to avoid it as best he could. It was just a tight situation, but unlucky for Russell and my other team. It's hard to race, It's for anyone listening, like, I race for two different teams that are competing against each other. It's a very interesting circumstance because, like, I'm friends with everyone, right? But there's a rivalry, obviously, between teams, and everyone wants to be the best Mercedes team and the best team overall. But, at the end of the day, just it's nice to work with both teams. I haven't really been around Korthoff that long, but great group of guys. Winward has been like my family for the past 3 years, so I know them all really well, and it sucks to see that happen to them, especially they're in the fight for the championship. But, I mean, we're focused over here. 32 is what I'm focused on right now. That's my job, and that's what I'm here for, and these guys are doing a fantastic job.
Thanks, Daniel. Over to Diana.
I'm at CrowdStrike Racing with Toby Sourain, who's just watching the proceedings out on track. And obviously, we were just talking quickly about George. He had a bit of an aquaplaning situation out there, but the conditions are tough.
Yeah, I mean, the incident, nothing could be done from George's side. He was doing everything perfectly for the start of the race, and just got unfortunate of, a bit of a passenger when you start aquaplaning. So we've got a few incidents after that, which we're trying to resolve. But, yeah, the weather's it's always questionable here how the race is going to pan out. But, I think if we do everything right and just survive, that's going to be the main part of the race. And we've got a fast car underneath us. So I think if we're at the end, we should be in a good position.
As a driver, you're sitting there waiting to get in behind the wheel and stuff is happening on the circuit like that. How do you maintain the confidence levels when you're waiting for your point to get in the car?
I mean, as long as George brings it back in one piece, this is the kind of weather that us Brits were raised in. So for us, it's exciting. It's more what we're used to. But, the team do a great job. So as long as everything is within our control, I've always got confidence.
How's the balance of the car? I know you've not been in it today yet, but predominantly when we got to qualifying, were you happy with the balance of the car that you had for that qualifying session? I know it changes slightly for race.
Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect car, but we were very close. We've been happy since we tested here a month or two ago. So we were strong here last year. We've improved the car, and we're strong again this year. It's just a matter of coping with the weather and actually making it to the end.
apart from the weather, what are the main challenges here?
Traffic. It's chaos around here. I think with the high-speed corners of Watkins Glen, the P2s are really strong. The GTP sometimes get a little bit in the way in the high-speed stuff, but then have the power to drive away from us, whereas the GTs have the same power as us, but are slower in the corners. So trying to find our way through the traffic through both classes is a difficulty here.
Some superb talent like yourself here racing. How much do you enjoy that competition level that this brings?
I love it. You know, as drivers, we always want to win, but we want to win when it's tough. If we get gifted a win, it's never the same. So as long as we're fighting for the win, it's kind of what we're here for. And IMSA does a fantastic job of putting a full field together. You know, every car in this P2 race can win. Unfortunately, we haven't had one in a little while, but you know that's just a testament to how good the series is.
Toby, thanks for your time, and have a good afternoon here. And as I'm talking to Toby, the weather is another couple of spits of rain, but the heat has increased, so it's that muggy time when it's sort of very warm, but a couple of spots, which I think are going to go away pretty quickly.
And the pace car lights are out, so perfect timing from Diana, and before that, Arjuna. Channing Tatum has been linked with that TT motorcycle movie with Brad Pitt. Nick Damon apparently has been included in the screen testing as well. So he's got his new Ducati motorcycle.
Is he the enthusiastic pit lane reporter who gets a call off before race
at the last minute?
At the last minute.
Yeah.
Nick Damon.
Yeah. But unfortunately can't take part because a post office van reverses into his bike before he gets it.
That's harsh.
Well, it wasn't Nick's fault.
No.
So we are hearing that the Winward number 57's excellent start to the season has come to a grinding halt, literally. The lights have been turned off in the garage. Russell Ward is out of the car. We'll try and get a word with him at some stage. There's no work going on in the car. I suspect it's front suspension on that car because he tried to pick his way around the strand of Rodrigo Sahlen. Just couldn't get it done. The track's nearly dry, Peter.
Just like that. It is warm. I mean, the ambient temperature, 26 Celsius.
4 hours, 44 minutes and 14 seconds to go. And it will be Renger van der Zande who brings the remainder of the field back to the green flag. It will be a single file restart here for the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh with Dinah Binks and Arjuna Kankapati patrolling the pit lane, which is now at least dry but very, very humid indeed. And straight away, all of the drivers looking for damp patches for the tyres. They've got bags of energy left, most of them somewhere near the mid-80s or 90% at the front of the field. So this is going to be now who can look after those Michelin wet weather tyres and go furthest into the race.
That is, and when is that crossover point going to be? We're going to have to watch the timing screens really closely to see when is the point and who's going to make that first dive to go back onto dry tyres again. And that's a whole new ball game because even in full dry conditions on those first few laps, it takes a while for the tyre to get its temperature and pressure in so that it can work properly. In the wet, that's so much worse. So that crossover point is going to be really interesting to follow as the GDPs have got through the first little bit cleanly. Renger van der Zande already pulled out a decent gap to Dries van Toor.
And Louis Delatraz trying to go around the outside of the number 7 of Felipe Nasr through the toe of the boot. And they're both heading to the right-hand side of the track to try and find damp patches. Ahead of them, the blue car of Dries van Toor, the blue back end of the BMW, and off. And through one of the signs there, was it? Didn't see really what... Yes, it was. It was one of the advertising hoardings on the outside of turn number 8. This is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Now, we have got some penalties coming through, and hearing that Madison Snow has got a penalty, I'll just wait to see that confirmed on the screens. Full course yellow. Yes, incident responsibility with Rodrigo Sahlen, and that's a stop plus 60 for Madison, and he can't take it under yellow. Full course yellow.
That is a hefty.
What did you say? Full course yellows.
I said it for a reason.
Yeah.
I take no pride or joy in it. That's for sure.
Debris on the track.
Yeah. So that stop plus 60, and that is a big penalty, because we normally see an incident responsibility. In general, it's a drive-through penalty, but to get a stop plus 60 is way bigger.
Now the pits will open this time, because we had a short last time. And the debris, by the way, is in between turns 6 and 7, so running down to the heel of the boot. And it looks like one of the pieces of carbon fibre that normally would be behind the back wheel of a prototype. The good news for everybody who now wants to change tyres, if they do, is they can do it under this yellow. That nobody needs a lot of fuel, but I wonder if somebody will top off. If I'm the number 31, Whelen Cadillac, I'm topping off and putting Jack Aitken on dry weather tyres.
Or do you keep patient? Do you roll the dice yet, or do you just wait and see how it's going to play out? Because the Cadillacs, when we heard from Nick Tandy from Porsche Penske Motorsport, he said the Cadillacs and the Acuras are the cars that have the pace. That was certainly the case in qualifying. In the wet, well, it's just, to be honest, leveled everything. There's not really any particular standout car in these kind of conditions, certainly not so far today.
And the bad news for the championship leader in GTD, we've chronicled the fact that car went behind the wall, Peter, and the impact was with that number 52 car. Rodrigo Sahlen spun around, and just no way for Russell Ward to avoid the car, and as we thought, frontal damage to that car. It's gone behind the wall, and they're not going to score points today. Now, they have got a bit of a cushion, but can't afford too many days like this.
No, you can't. You can't, particularly on one of the Michelin Endurance Cup rounds as well, when there's big points to be handed out for that championship as well.
Pits are open for the prototypes, so we'll get down to our pit lane team as soon as they come around. And they are heading through to turn 8 in a moment, so they're a couple of corners away. Now, hearing that at the last stop, the Lexus, one of the Lexus, might have put slicks on. We'll try and check that out. So, number 31 has caused some damage to the pit lane, we're hearing now. The air jack has gone through the top surface and the sealant in the joints in the concrete in the pit lane. So, rather sensibly, IMSA pit lane have allowed them to move that car forward, which normally would get them a penalty whilst they were doing that, but that's fine. Also, just looking across the... Well, I'll come back to that in a second, because I've got an update from Arjuna and Wimwood Racing. Championship leaders have had a great start to the season, but all of a sudden it seems to have come a little bit unstuck, Arjuna.
Yes, but you were just wondering if they will not score any championship points. They are frantically working on the left rear of the car, trying to reassemble the suspension with the hopes of getting back out there and clawing back some championship points. The team is working hard. I can see the left rear completely disassembled. There's a bit of damage as well to the rear diffuser that they're taking a look at, but it's a lot of work for them to do. We'll see when they're going to be able to get back out onto track.
Any points will do, and that might not be the end of the carnage and the attrition, Peter, but they're not going to get big points today, but literally every single pass they can make or car they can finish in front of will give them extra championship points, and we have seen championships in IMSA in the past be decided by a single position. That would be a 10-point gap. Dinah Binks is at the other end of the pit lane, and sure if there's anything been going on at your end, Diana, but you can give us a little update anyway. We haven't heard your voice in a while.
Well, the number 2 United Autosports has just come in, and they took on fuel and new tyres, but it stayed on that pit apron for some time, so I'm guessing a penalty potentially, but it sat there for a good 30 seconds, 40 seconds. The number 21, the AF Corsa 21 Ferrari GT3, they're getting ready to receive the car in. They're not doing a driver change. It's going to be new tyres and fuel for that car as well. A couple of other teams up and down this end of the pit lane getting ready for the next tranche of cars to come into the pit apron lane.
I don't... Well, they can't have taken a penalty because I don't think we were green long enough for that. We've got to raft the penalties for entering closed pits that we've not had enough green flag to actually get them on the screen. The pits are open for all prototypes now. Whilst they come in, and I'll throw back to Arjuna and Diana in just a moment to call the pit stops, there had been a change in that very limited amount of green flag running. In GTD Pro, Lauren Heinrich for AO Racing Porsche is ahead now of Nicky Katzberg. That happened on the far side of the circuit going in to the bus stop. FAF Motorsports Sandy Mitchell still in third position. In fact, pits are now open for the GT cars, and here comes the GT field led by the Green Dinosaur. Let's go down to our pit lane crew. Arjuna first.
I'm still running around getting back to the pit lane. So Diana, what do you have?
As I said earlier, we were waiting on the AF Corsa the Ferrari number 21 to come in. That's come in now. No driver change there. Tyres and some fuel. And just further up behind me, it's a number of driver changes. Well, not changes. They are just taking fuel and tyres at this end. Sorry, I'm having to sort of keep out of the way a little bit here, so I can't quite get close enough to see who had the driver changes at the moment.
The key thing, Diana, if you wouldn't mind asking some of the teams, were there slick tyres that went on, or were there another set of wets? I saw a few tyre changes going on there at the sharp end of the GTD Pro and GTD field. And I wonder who has stuck and who has twisted, Peter.
Well, we'll try and find out as best we can. We'll gather that information while we're still under full course yellow. As the rain stays off and the temperature stays high, that certainly helps to get a dry line clearing away. Interestingly, the virtual energy for the moment, virtual energy for Louis Delatraz showing 79%. That might be frozen up, I think, if I look to it. Yeah.
Diana has been doing a bit of sleuthing, and there's at least one car, Diana, that's taken the opportunity.
Yes, the AF Corsa 21, which I'm standing right next to it, so I'm stuck here for the moment. But yeah, they went out on slick tyres. I know you were discussing it, and it happened so quickly for anyone listening to this. You sort of, by the time you get there, the cars sometimes are making their way back out, and you just catch them as they're leaving. But I double-checked, and they definitely went out on slicks.
So there are a few people rolling the dice on their tyre choice. If you're not right at the sharp end of the field, I say you do it. If you're sitting down the field, I say you give it a go. I mean, it depends on your driver. I noticed that Mike Rockefeller came into the pits as well in that. I know he hasn't. He's only done one time through the pits. Let's have a word with Rodrigo Sales. He was in the car when it was spun around. This is the number 52 we're talking about, and had to suffer seeing pretty much the whole field coming towards him. It's only happened to me once, and I never want it to happen again. Here's Arjuna.
I'm sure that was a rather scary moment with the field coming towards you, but Rodrigo, safe. Talk to me about the incident. The other car's got a very stiff and stern penalty for it.
Yeah, basically what had happened was, on the restart, I was a bit mixed up with a few of the GT cars. We went through turn 8, coming up into 9. One of the GT cars on my left actually just kind of pushed my left rear, spun me around, at which point I was 180 degrees, had made, still perfectly on track. and just knew that it was a horrible place to be stopped, and was just watching the cars coming around the corner, hoping that, and most of them, quite a few actually made it around, but when the field is packed up that tight, sometimes it's impossible to see, and so it looked like next thing I knew, I saw a flash of yellow. I knew it was a TDS P2 car, and just then there was just the impact. I actually thought, because right when he hit, I saw the car kind of going up, and I closed my eyes at that point, and I actually thought he went up over the car. I mean, it was a pretty severe impact, but I'm okay. Car's toast, unfortunately, and so is our hope of a strong finish here. So it's a shame, but it's racing, tricky conditions, and is what it is.
It's been obviously a long time since Sebring, but is it going to be good to be able to have a shorter gap between now and Mosport the next time you jump back into this car?
Yes, certainly. I've been doing quite a bit of racing in ELMS and Le Mans as well, so I've been getting in and out of the cars quite often. But it's great to be back with PR1, and looking forward to being back in I guess just a few weeks' time. So for Mosport.
And they're getting to work on the car. You can hear the engineers going to work behind us, John.
Thank you to Arjuna. Now, we've been watching, thanks to IMSA for making this available, and you can watch this as well. IMSA.com/GTP dash, the minus sign, telemetry. And you noticed something just before it happened, and it explains what we've seen with people coming in down the pit lane a couple of times.
Yeah, so what was interesting was with the under this full course yellow, all of the GTPs came in and changed tyre, topped up with fuel, and we understand changed tyres back to the dry weather tyre. Interestingly, Louis Delatraz in the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac stayed out on, of course, wet tyres. And my theory of what I think they're up to was they've got two cars in the race, and they go one on one strategy and one on the other. We see Penske do that a lot in various categories of motorsport. And they split the strategies and see which, put two bets on and see which one comes up. So, but straight away they kind of reneged on that bet and decided to come in, fill the car up with fuel, or top it off with fuel, and put dry tyres. They've also put Jordan Taylor in, so Louis Delatraz stepping out. That will put them to the back of the GTP category, but a little roll of the dice there for Wayne Taylor Racing.
If you've got a bit of bandwidth and you want to follow along with what we've got here in the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre, IMSA.com/scoring, IMSA.com/scoring, and you will have the same information that Peter and I have at our fingertips. Well, Peter does. Too many screens sometimes confuse me. Too many mice.
I've got most of it on my trusty track map in front of me. Lots of information on there. As much as I could pretty much squeeze onto an A4 sheet of paper.
Is that going to be a new sideline for you, doing your commentator notes? It seems to be all the rage at the moment.
I know where you're going with that, but no. no, John Hindhaugh, that's not. I don't think there'll be quite the demand for them somehow.
Do you think not? Oh, I think you're wrong there.
Well, if there is a demand for them, I will happily auction them off for charity.
Okay, fine. A little bit of action down in the 57 Winward AMG pit, so they are still trying to get that car back out to get some points. And also in the pit lane, the number 13 Corvette.
Yeah, AWA Corvette, winners of the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona, who were at Le Mans last week, so it's been a big effort for that crew. They were supported by TF Sport in their Le Mans adventure. Of course, winners of the Bob Aiken Award last year with Ori Fadani, the bronze-graded driver. The top bronze-graded driver of the year gets an invite to Le Mans. And likewise, the top LMP2 team, which of course has a mandated bronze driver within it, they win the Jim Truman Award, which gets a Le Mans invite as well, which right now has never been a hotter ticket. Certainly not for a very long time.
Nick Bull made use of that this year, took the family over. Hello to the family, Bull. Met them at Petit Le Mans last year, or just after, actually, the Sunday after Petit Le Mans, the Hall of Fame induction. Let's go down to that AWA Corvette. I don't think we're going green just for the moment. So Dinah Binks has wandered down to that area of the pit lane. Oh, and I'm hearing that Winward are heading back out on the track. Di, just wait for 1 second. We are coming back to green. Let's get them across the line, and I will come back to you. It's sunshine and a dry track pretty much now as Winward are trundling down the pit lane. There might be a red light at the end of the pit lane, but they won't mind. They're getting out. 4 hours, 26 and 30 to go. And Luis Perez, no, it's not. It's the 93 that goes through to restart.
Renger van de Zande from Dries Vanthoor from Nazar as they went back to green flag racing. And Mathieu Jaminet, so the number 6 crew have really been working the strategy, and I tell you what, this race I'm sure is going to be one of the most difficult to choose the winner of the BDO No Strategy Award, because it is going to be all about rolling those dice all day long.
There was a moment for one of the GT cars at the heel of the boot. I think it was the Cardiff Motorsport car, but not sure, and a penalty for a pass under yellow for the same cars. Okay, so that was that number 32 car into the pit lane for a whole slew of LMP2 cars as we get back underway. Right, let's get back to our pit lane reporters. Dinah Binks was watching down at AWA.
Thank you, John. Yes, Ori has just jumped out of the car, waiting patiently here with me. Ori, how was that stint out there? It was very changeable from what we were watching.
Yeah, it got a little hairy. There was rain started in one spot, then the other spot, then it intensified, and there was tons of water down in the toe of the boot, and it was just slow down, try to keep the car on the track, and there was still a lot of time left. So, just took it easy and managed to get back to the pits, put rain tires, and unfortunately another yellow came out. So for me, it was a little bit boring, but sometimes that's how it goes.
But I'm guessing at that point you have to be extremely cautious and just adjust to that changing situation on the track, and obviously managing the traffic at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. It's very easy to get in the back of somebody because people are checking up all over the place. So you really got to leave some space, keep your eyes up, and pay attention to what's going on and try to keep it on track.
We're very early on into this race. What's the balance of the car feeling like now?
Balance of the car is pretty good from when I could see it at the start of the race. So if it dries up, I think we'll have a decent car and we'll try to charge for the front.
Will you be getting back in?
I should be done for today.
So you can go get a drink now?
Yep, thank you.
Are you enjoying this race? It's such a fantastic event, isn't it?
It's an amazing track, an amazing event. I enjoy all of them. I love this stuff.
Great stuff. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. That was Ori Fidani there from AWA.
Now, we said that we were expecting a few penalties to come through from actually now quite a while ago, because there was cars coming in the first safety car when the pits were closed, and we've had 2 more since then. However, one of those has been rescinded. The 2, the 04, the 11, and the 71. I think the 11 twice, actually. And then on the second one, it was I'm just giving numbers, which I don't normally do, 54, 81, 8, and 04 again. We'd seen a stop plus 60. You'd commented on it as the Bath car goes grass cutting, but gets back on.
But it's a different penalty, so he got a penalty for blowing through a red light, but then there was a stop plus 60 for emergency service that has been rescinded.
You're not going to get away with the red light. That's an absolute.
Exactly. Also, during that full course yellow, the car number 32, the Korthoff Mercedes, has been given a drive-through penalty for passing under the full course yellow. That's a big no-no as well. So that is also, there's penalties at the moment. It is into the pits comes the Cadillac number 31. Now, what are they up to?
In and out for Jack Aiken was that...
they had a drive-through.
They had a drive-through. Yes, they did. Yeah, 5 times down the pit lane for that car, and they're right at the back, 13th for that car.
Dreadful day so far for Paul Miller Racing BMW, of course, leaders in the IMSA Michelin Endurance Championship with their number 1 car. Both the number one with a huge penalty, stop plus 60 for that incident responsibility with Rodrigo Salas, who we heard from a moment ago. and the number 48, Dan Harper, who got that top plus 60 for blowing through the red light at the end of the pit. So Formula Racing are on the back foot, that is for sure. But one driver, sorry John, in GTD Pro, Lauren Heinrich in AO Racing had a horrid qualifying yesterday, and yet he's up at the front of the race.
Yeah. I'm going to wave my little piece of paper for Porsche keys to the race. No penalties. No penalties. Dinah Binks down in the pit lane.
I'm with Jeremy Clark from the Inter-Europol competition number 43. Jeremy, you've just jumped out of the car there, getting a quick drink, but how would you describe the start of this race?
Oh man, the start was hectic. I mean, we had a really good, clean start. It was fun for a while, and then the rain started, and then everything kind of went crazy, and I was able to luckily keep the car on track, and then we had a bunch of yellows that kind of ruined the last half of our stint, but overall that first stint was really fun, and we're still in it.
How much are you sort of having to change strategy now?
Yeah, we've got some mechanical problems that we're dealing with, and so we're going to fight through that, and hopefully we've got Tom and Bajoy ready to get in the car, or Bajoy just jumped in, and both are really quick, and so I think we'll just put our head down and focus on the finish.
Every time you get in the car, Jeremy, another lap's another thing learned. Are you still learning as a driver?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. As you said, every lap you learn something new. Even following some of these other competitors around the track, you learn something new every turn.
How tough is the competition this year?
Oh, it's really tough. There's some really fast guys out there that are tough to keep up with. I think I've got a really good race pace, and so it's a shame that our stints got cut short, but overall it's a really tough competition, and you have to work really hard to get there to the front.
Okay, well, thanks for chatting to us, Jeremy.
For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and at the end of the race, of course, we'll have our Michelin post-race tech, along with our pit lane reporters going through the major talking points from the race. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with us. I haven't had time to look at that. There's been so much going on. Toby Sowery now installed in the 04 as we have gone through the 90 minutes drive time. That doesn't count time in the pits, of course, so everybody's had to be a little bit careful because everyone's been down the pit lane at least once, and some considerably more than that, Peter.
Yeah, no, so you've got to be careful of that one. We've got an hour and 40 minutes elapsed in this race so far to over. So it should be fairly safe on that minimum driver time. Of course, that applies to the GTD category as well. So that is the minimum driver time done for all of the starting drivers at the moment. But it's Renke van der Zande who's clearing away at the front of the field right now.
On a full drive track?
On a full drive track, just like that. I mean, it was apocalyptic rain, and yet it just drives really quickly. Fantastic. 2.9 seconds the gap between Renke van der Zande and Felipe Nasr. Then Dries for another 7.5 or so for the back. Then Mathieu Jaminet. So the order of things, Renke van der Zande, race leader aside, has flipped on its head because of those mixed conditions. Now, if we get a prolonged bit of dry running, the qualifying order of things could well rise to the top now.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Van der Zande from Felipe Nasr, from Dries Vanthoor, Mathieu Jaminet, and Ricky Taylor in 5th, and Colin Brown in 6th. So that means Acura, Porsche, BMW, Porsche, Cadillac, Acura, and Lamborghini in the top 7 still.
And the number 23, Aston Martin, up in that. So really making good progress with that Aston Martin Valkyrie. And video earlier on, somebody saying great to see it back truly unleashed. It had slightly muffled down the man for noise at the bottom. So it's a little bit, it's still sounded good.
And there were 2 of them at the bottom. So I think the rule is because there's more than one of them. So you tilt the earth's axis if you have them both at full speed and full noise down the Bullseye straight.
Too much to do.
Yeah, absolutely. GTD Pro, Lauren Heinrich has got to the top. Ben Barnican, welcome back, Ben. That's the Sullivan Racing. Great to see him there. And Nick Chatsworth back down into 3rd now with Chris Winks in 4th. So that is Porsche, Lexus, Corvette, Ford Mustang, Ferrari, Corvette, and Lamborghini Huracan for the top 8 in GTD Pro. We'll give you the GTD rundown in just a few moments after we've heard from our junior down in the
I made my way to the number 96 booth and caught up with Will Turner. And Will, before we talk about this race, let's talk about the screening of the F1 movie. Being back in Hollywood once again, what was it like to be part of the theatrical process of bringing Formula One and IMSA to the big screen?
Yeah, you know, what a great experience. Until we actually went to the premiere, we didn't know if we were going to get 1 second or 5 seconds or whatever we got. So for those of you who haven't seen it or people that haven't seen it, it's still a mystery. But there is some yellow and blue in the movie, and I hope all the F1 fans actually get to see and understand that there is something other than involved in a movie. I hope we can get the sports car racing. Overall, it was a great experience.
Let's talk about this race then. Up to second. I talked to Robbie earlier in the week. He had said when it gets hot, BMW may start to oversteer. So were the cooler conditions of the rain a helping hand at the beginning? And what's the running plan now for the remaining 4.5 odd hours?
Yeah, so I think it's a little early to tell where we're at. What I can say is that Patrick Gallagher has been doing an amazing job out there. At the start of the tank, he's worked his way up to second. Watching it on TV, there was quite an incident that he avoided. Again, as I looked and watched the dry line, Patrick still putting laps down. So we'll keep our fingers crossed and put Jake Walker in next and Robbie for cleanup. And, you know, Robbie can get it done if we get the car. So hopefully a car.
When the rain started coming down, what started going through your mind?
So experience at Watkins Glen here in the rain and everything. 14 fantastic experience. As long as we did. But this place is treacherous. Again, some of the best drivers that were out there had some offs and had some. So again, it's going to be raining on part of the track and dry on the other part of the track. Now it's in the sun's out, so maybe we won't worry about that.
Always a pleasure to hear Will Turner, and very sensible about what he said about the movie. I do want to say it. Yeah, look at that. My wife said to me, she says, if it was a film, needs to be used to it, but we can tell on a movie and it was on a different that was quite a lot of that was filmed up at JBMotorsports Park. That's what I got the word through. I wanted to see it. Oh yeah, that's how it's going. They ran the yellow the wrong way around. That was very good. I enjoyed that a lot. So Patrick Denton was involved with that, and Jeff Ward as well. So you know the racing things are going to be good. It's not a racing movie. Hard racing, isn't it? You know that it's going to be done properly. I'd hardly recommend if you haven't seen the Ferrari movie as well. That is an excellent movie about a snapshot of Enzo Ferrari's life. It's a people movie, it's not a racing movie. But the racing was done very, very well indeed. With cars that were built on different. All of the cars were built. There was only one real Ferrari, and that was the top wheel race car. The rest were run on, built on chassis, with hand-made bodies by an Italian coach builder. Some of the ones in the background were fiberglass, but the ones that did the racing scenes were made out of metal and made out of aluminium because they wanted to see what would happen when you started to run into each other in the bends and the bends and stuff like that. And the Patrick Denton, I talked to Patrick about it, he said we filmed a lot of the racing on towards the end of the movie, a couple of closed roads, and they had an absolute ball doing it to the point where I think there was a lot more footage than was required. Let me put it that way. Just in case. Can we just do that again?
Just in case.
Let's do that one again. Just in case. We are down to, well, we've had an hour and 50 minutes near enough. That has elapsed. The field, Randy Van der Zande has pulled out a 2-second gap keeping an eye on what's going on at GTP Pro, where Earl Racing leads the Lexus and Ben Barnett. That's Ron Heinrich and Ben Barnett, and then the Chevy Corvette you mentioned. In GTP, exactly Robershot for Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Of all the shuffling around that's happened, and Patrick Gallagher now at the second, as Will Turner was reminding me, Manny Franco up the third for Conquest in the Ferrari 296, ahead of Lilo Wadu in the AF Corsa, similar machine. So exactly Robichon, all the shuffling around we've had, I think he's led pretty much from the start in GTD, really.
And Zachary was just serious qualifying yesterday for the Heart of Racing, and the Heart of Racing and their Aston Martins have had a really rich vein of form here at Watkins Glen over the last couple of years. In 2022 and 2024, they won in the GT Pro category, and then in 2022, they won in the GTP category. So those blue Aston Martin ranking advantages have been really, really strong over the last few years, and Zach's doing a good job at the moment to hold off Patrick Gallagher. Also, Lilo will do the CBA in fourth. He, of course, won there last year, but in the other two categories, alongside Nicholas Wilson and Steve Compact.
We are in sort of area where people, for 2 hours, people will be thinking, maybe not, maybe another 40 minutes, half an hour, 40 minutes before people start to think back time to the 3 hour mark. That's part of our fourth keys to the race. The Michelin Endurance Cup points awarded at 3 hours. The weather's already played its part, hasn't it? And we are over the 90 minutes and 30 minutes required driver time for all of the cars. So it's have at it now. In fact, you heard, I think it was Orion Pagani saying that was it, he's good, he's 90 minutes.
That's right, yeah. And I think all of the cars that are, looking at it, all of the bronze cars have taken their bronze drivers out. So there's quite a few that there's still a few drivers that have left them in and cracked on them. It's a long way, of course, to complete. Interestingly, the temperature is now climbing up. It's down to 28 Celsius, 82 Fahrenheit in the air, but the track temperature is climbing a lot. It's now up to 35 Celsius, so we went from monsoon standing water everywhere to 35 degrees Celsius.
And actually, even when the rain was on it didn't chill down that much. It's not like it dropped down into single figures, and that's why it dried up so much. We've got some great characters in the IMSA. Not more so than the next driver we're going to interview. Our Gina Cantifari is a character in itself, to be honest, but I'm sure that you would see that he would take second billing to John Potter from Magnus Racing. Great to have him back in the paddock, Arjuna.
It's great to have John, Magnus Racing, and then lots of virtual energy around as well. John, obviously the report after the encounter was you were going to step aside for a little bit. How good is it to be back in the track, though?
Oh, it's great to be back. You know, even though we stepped aside for a few months, my heart was still here. I still love it, and of course to come back to Watkins Glen, one of my favorite tracks. I couldn't miss the opportunity.
And how was the opening stint of the race for you? What a welcome back to the world of IMSA sports cars.
Yeah, exactly. It put the weather in WeatherTech, I guess. I needed some floor mats. No, it was, to have such a mixed welcome back of wet, a little damp, a little dry, a little wet. It was quite an adventure out there. The hard part is, and my fear for the rest of our race, is I got rammed on pit in from the car behind us. So we were great until literally pit in. I don't want to name names though, but so I'm hopeful we don't have any damage to any of our cooling system. Otherwise, we might have some overheating issues. That's great. So literally two good stints, maybe ruined by a guy behind me being a little adventurous on pit in.
And for the record, they are also the first stall on pit lane as well. So there is some urgency for them to slow down and get into their box. What's the plan for the rest of the year, though? Are we going to see you and 44 Aston Martin a little bit more?
Oh, I appreciate the question. I hope so.
Well, hoping that we see you a little bit more. Best of luck today.
Sideways moment for the Jack Aiken, still Jack Aiken driven Cadillac Whelen V-Series car. Sideways in the grass that has continued. Hello, it's Drew Adamson. He's on a road trip at the moment through the hard-working head of special events for iRacing and instrumental in the iRacing IMSA series as well. It's been so successful now through the years. Really enjoyed being involved in the inaugural IMSA Pro Series back in 2020. Drew, thanks for all the hard work that you do. Massive sports car fan. And hope we can help you pass the miles under your wheels a little bit. Try not to listen to the engine noises though. If you're anything like me, sort of just makes you drive a little bit faster. That's what nice. That's very, very interesting piece of cars. I went up to Sunderland up in the northeast of England just after the Spa WEC. I hadn't heard. I knew what happened, but I didn't know how it happened. So I listened to the last half of the race with Bruce and Johnny doing it. For our instant content, indeed all of our content, you can do that on the yard there. So I had it on in the car, and it was just straight back nicely. But of course, all the car noise. Look at surround sound and all of that. I was having to sort of whoa, lift off a little bit. I was looking over my shoulder to see if I was getting past. Who's that coming up the outside?
In the cars in front.
Oh, absolutely on the flasher. Everywhere. Anybody looking would have thought, what is going on with that plug? In that 1972 Vauxhall Weaver. No, it wasn't in fairness. But yes, it's great. When that means you work, it's absolutely fantastic. The Sport Performance Global Broadcast Network has had a busy few weeks covering Le Mans Tech, IMSA at Detroit, then Le Mans, and the Motion Carrera Cup North America at the Montreal Grand Prix. Straight to the Nürburgring, the 24 hours, and of course the 6 hours of the Glen. So we'll be standing it down for a whole weekend before we're back with Canadian Tire Motorsport Park and coverage of that. We've got Le Mans Classic coming up as well in July, and that's going every year as well now. So no excuse to stay away from your favourite form of racing. At the moment we're tracking Renger van der Zande pulling away from this quality field, Peter, 4 seconds to the good.
Yeah, it's really consistent lap times right now for Renger van der Zande, last time by 1:36.5. 60% of the cars racing in Sandra 1:37. Last time by 1:37.5 for Felipe Nasr, so a second off the pace. That is much more like what we saw in qualifying yesterday. The top 60 motorsport cars really struggled. The Actors did not. Neither did the Cadillacs, but the leading Cadillac is Ricky Taylor. Remember, Ricky Taylor spun. No, sorry, didn't spin. He was turfed around at the bus stop on the opening lap, and he's up there into 4th position overall. So Ricky Taylor on the move.
Excellent
right
drive back. And while we're talking about Taylor, some bad news for Wayne Taylor Racing's Lamborghini, and the number 45 car that had problems early on is now officially a retirement. And as such then will be scored in 55th position. Graham Doyle with the problem earlier on in that Lamborghini.
But now the number 2 United Autosports LMP2 that Diana mentioned was sitting still doing nothing. That is still in the middle, unfortunately, well down the order.
That was front damage in that model that fought out 2 cars. So the award winner, as we mentioned earlier on. Now, a moment or two ago, raffy moment for the Wheeler Engineering Cadillac. That's a very, very expensive way to keep your lawn tidy.
Yeah, but that is it's not for the number 71 Wheeler Engineering Cadillac crew.
That is not the chassis and the car that was at Le Mans, by the way. The IMSA teams who went across straight after Detroit for the GTPs. The Le Mans Hypercar class at Le Mans, of course. There's a different chassis, or they said different chassis, and green metal. The Detroit cars this weekend. What struck your eye so far, Peter, is we're moving around to just on 4 hours to go?
I think the best performance so far, the one that caught my eye, is the number 77 AO Racing Porsche. That's next to the Dinosaur, driven by Lauren Heinrich, last year's JB champion. They had really had no pace in qualifying yesterday. It was really far down from where we're used to seeing them. It started ninth in category, nearly, in fact, second from the back in GTD Pro, and it's got all the way up into the lead of the class. So that is very, very impressive indeed. And not impressive at all. Unfortunately, half off the road, the Lamborghini. This is Sandy Mitchell.
Sandy Mitchell making his debut.
Oh no!
Now he's gone off at the heel of the boot. And he's fine reverse. Reverse on a racing car sometimes can be a variety of and a selection of different controls. Having not been able to find it once on a racing car that I was in many years ago, I've got 6 weeks of this. It's the first thing I asked. GTD pit stop now with, I assume, the thought that we might be going FCY any second now. See if we can try and work out what happened to that number 9 while the pits are still open. The light went out on that car. Did he have an electrical problem? Did it stall? Did something came up at the back? Now, let's see. It's not moved. The lights have gone out. Turn 1, first corner on 10, and the full course yellow has come out. So if they didn't get in, they haven't got in, if that makes sense. Arjuna Kangapati saw a lot of movement down there on the pit lane. Who got in, Arjuna, before the pits closed?
The Conquest Racing 34, Kona Motorsports 96, and the Lamborghini 3 all came into the pit lane before the pit lane closed. However, I'm seeing the Tower Motorsports car just hit its mark. I'm not sure if they entered a closed pit lane, but what I will say is for both Conquest and Kona driving themselves, this is the perfect time to get driver number 1 out of the car.
Yeah, and I think Roman Grosjean's doing exactly the same in the SC63. Could have hit the tie between Porsche number 6 and the BMW number 25 of Max Jaminet and Sheldon Fondalinda a moment or two ago. Full course yellow is out. Ranger van der Zande then, his 4 is hugely crafted, 4.5 second gap. It's dry weather running now, incredibly, as we've gone past the 2 hours completed mark. That's a little bit of it is. That's part of the game, and two other teams will be anticipating that. It's not a race where that's what we could do well, taking a lot more food for the strategy and those strategy awards. It's just a job to say how we're going to take the call. The big feeling that the radio number 66 Mustang and the damage from the splitter, they'll change that when the pit's open. And the number 8 in the closed pit again, at least the second for the Tower Motorsports car. And 2 hours in, 4 hours into a 6-hour race before I've got up. Car 8 entered an open pit, it says. So I think that was closed pit on the timing and scoring screen. 04, which is the CrowdStrike by APR racing car. That's in a closed pit again. They've had no luck at all getting in and out. That, I think that's the 3rd time they've been through a closed pit there. It's not fallen for them at the right time.
get the driver cycling through.
I don't think Bluesky is due a pit stop, if I'm honest, in that 0-4 car. I think that's so he drove straight through, I'm being told now. So I wonder if right, so he came into a closed pit but then nothing happened. I don't think he get a penalty for that. I think that means the penalty is coming into the pit and then not something. I don't think he didn't stop his pit, Peter.
No, so I think
he's just a drive through. Yeah.
Everything's transpiring against him. Unfortunately, the number 9 has got back going again, which is the second one there for Sandy.
It was the heel of the boot. Yeah. Now, someone's just gone behind the wall there. And that is the number 9 Lamborghini. Straight to the paddock area. Not a good day for them.
Was going well. I think Alvarez was running well in front of the field. Actually, was working really well in weight. At this level, kind of this length of race, 6 hours really is a sprint. You don't can't come back. In a 24-hour maybe. We saw Wentworth come back in at Daytona, 7 or 8 laps down, and they covered them all back again.
Certainly went 3 or 4. Now, hearing that it's starting to rain again on pit lane as we get the prototype moving to pit lane. Let's get an update. Let's get an update from Arjuna Kankabadi.
No rain, sorry, I might have misspoken there, John, but what we do have is flurry of activity for the prototype. No driver changes for the LMP2s that I can see, but a couple of driver changes further down pit lane in the GTPs. I'm pretty sure the Aston Martin crew change. And for Inter Europol disaster, the car doesn't fire off, the team's got to push it on out of the box, and now it's completely stuck and maybe even in gear. Terrible pit stop for the Inter Europol number 43.
In such a tight field, you just can't afford that. It's like the Porsche is going to be one of the last off the pit lane, the number 6 car of Mathieu Jaminet, who brought it in, and he has stayed in that car. Oh, sorry, I just changed, that took my eye off it. I was watching him coming through the RFID reader.
Driver change as well for the leading Acura Maritime Racing Machine HRC car, Captain Orca, stepping in for Brendan Manchester after a strong spin from the Dutchman. The factor of staying with the number 24, RLLD double. King Andy jumping on, taking over from his championship leading of the championship teammate, number 7 of Motorsports. Taylor stays aboard as with all now.
Only one official retirement for the Glen Celebration Lamborghini Hurricane 1.5 was going earlier on. Sahlen and Thomas Charge, very bad damage. I suspect United 52, the other massive motorsport origin, will be back today. However, the United Autosports number 2, Nick Poole, is back out from behind the wall, and indeed has gone back on track. So I don't like this big thing in the pit lane. There are now getting GTP embedded by Lauren Heinrich, and followed in by the Lexus of Ben Barnacle. Arjuna, Mr. Cook.
I think we're going to see some interesting things going on here because those cars that pitted before the caution are going to come in and top off their fuel. GTD drivers getting in and out of the car. I see the Lexus 14 switching around the drivers. John, I think right now this is a very fascinating time because as the temperature builds, the cool conditions that we had to start the race off means the balance of the car has shifted. I was just catching up with Kenton Cook and he was saying he'll be jumping in the end. It's going to be very interesting how hot the car is without air conditioning.
Sometimes you leave the aircon switched on for a little bit more power. Magic looked at about what the interior temperature has to be. Roman Grosjean come back out. Let's reset the top of the field then as the GED pros are going out. We'll take a BP in-race update here. Roman Grosjean is scored at the top of the charts, and that's the second time that the Lamborghini Quadricorsa team have turned that car around quickly. They've done a really good job there, and he's ahead of Taki on that for Acura number 93, the awesome car from 2 hours and 10 minutes. Been down the pit lane 3 times. They came in before the yellow, didn't they? And that's why they're taking through
they've already done this, but then with the other sort of things come in, Lamborghini done it as well. So it will take the Linktree price to go back to the again. Sometimes they know that Fred Beck is going to have an excellent day. Hopefully they'll catch up with Jack and just get a bit of a journey of it. It's taken a while to unpack it all, but there's something of excellent there.
It's charging into 7. He's taking all from his teammate. So it is the Lamborghini from the Acura number 93 is second. Jackie Otter and Reece Manso for BMW to RLL third for the 24 car. Then Ricky Taylor for the number 10 Cadillac. Back into the pit lane. The replay. Car was out. It's going to have to be a new wreck. Then I don't think there is. I think after all, there needs to be a video out there. So that keeps the number 92 Acura out on top. And Jackie Walker really struggling after the work on the floor. Did a couple of weeks with I did the quick jobber with quickly finish off the other classes for our BP update. Sebastian Alvarez now in Tower Motorsports number 18. Cameron to AO Racing second in the category in the number 99. So the reigning champion, of course, in the World Motorsports Track Championship. Steve Riley, Rose John Bird, number 74 car is third. LSP2, Manuel Espiritu for Platinum Motorsports number 73. Polish Chaton, Era Victory number 18 and 16. Tail, the race that had the number 88 car. In G2, for those to sort themselves out actually at the moment. We'll come back to that when we go green, which we will be doing in a moment behind the safety car, which we've seen a couple of free times already today.
been busy, hasn't it?
Yeah.
What we can tell you, though, from GTD, we'll confirm the positions when they come across the start-finish line, that Klaus Bachler has taken over from Lauren Heinrich in the AO Racing Rexy the Dinosaur Porsche. Frederick Verbies has got on to the number 65 Ford Mustang. Aaron Thielitz into the number 14 Lexus for Vassar Sullivan. The 64 Ford for Seth Creo has got on and swapped over from Mike Rockefeller there. Then it's Antonio Garcia who's taken over from Alexander Sims in the number 3 Ford Racing. Gavin Seaborn now still the golden Mike Heston taking over from his former BMW Junior teammate Dan Harper.
Just waiting for the word from Racing. So the class splits are going on.
Good pit work from the number 21 AF Boston from their car. It's actually a good policy. Then it's Ben Custom Cockpit, then it's Determined BMW, then it's US
So this is as big a track position circuit as some that we've had recently, certainly not the streets of Detroit or Long Beach, let's say. Still to come, we'll have the checkered flag. Ends the race for the start side conversation. Mr. Post Race Tech on RS2, on the World Race TV, on Inclement.com, RS2 carries around the news on Inclement Bandit, and we'll have our post race tech show coming up after the checkered flag and special interview content on the Taylor 6000 Glen today. And also our BT Outdoors Strategy Award. With that, flag. So, you know what? I think it's been a really got 2 years of practice there on both of the things. The car, which is a very different company. It is running at the same weight as all the hybrids without having any of the hybrid advantages on the rest of the car. There's a lot more to come in that hybrid. Don't take the ball in the world of series.
I mean, getting to the finish at Le Mans, what a proof of their ability. Green flag in the air, then back to racing we go.
3 hours 42 minutes and 50 seconds as they stream across the line and down towards the first corner. Romain Grosjean then, how long can he hold on to the lead? Just the different sounds of the cars as they go past us.
Grosjean's made a good little getaway there for the Automobili Lamborghini Sportacross machine.
New lead-in GTD Pro, Fred Verveesh, has gone through in the Ford Multimatic Motorsport Mustang. That was the Daytona, the Rolex and Daytona winning car.
Yeah, car number 65. What a great boost for that project. That was not been a very good restart necessarily for the number 77 AO car, which was leading into the pit stop cycle, but just dropped back, and actually the Lexus on the move there too. The number 14 Lexus of Aaron Thielitz.
Count him out at your peril. Aaron gets a sniff of a podium, or better still, he is going to go after it all in. The cars just back around. And as they do that, let's have a word with the man of the moment, Nick Yellerly, coming off a couple of decent weekends at Detroit, and then here again, back-to-back poles for his car, although not him in it when they were both set. He got half and his teammate got half. That's kind of good.
And they've just put Kakuota into the car. Nick's going to jump in next. Nick, it's looking like a fast Acura once again. It was fast and qualifying. How's the balance feeling in the conditions we have now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be a bit more difficult now the heat's really come up for everyone. We'll struggle with tires a little bit more. From what I can gather, the car feels pretty good. Obviously there is tyre degradation, and if there's not as many yellows, the tyre degradation get worse and worse as the temperature ramps up. But yeah, obviously it's okay at the moment. We'll just have to see how the race develops. Watching Glen, 50 odd tracks, 50 odd cars plus those, pretty chaotic.
Renger said something yesterday that really stood out, which is that this sort of group of low ego, you've got Honda,
yeah, I think so. It's been a lot of hard work.
Very sensible attitude, really. Still, Roman Grosjean leading 6,000 to Glen. Let me steer this either way. Lamborghini lead 6,000 to Glen. They didn't start Roman Grosjean. They didn't want to give drivers. No, definitely not. We got 2 hours and 20 minutes to business level, without being fit and being quick as well. But more for racing in the Pro is that moving forward from the number 65 that said he's now reached by 0.67 of a second from Aaron Stewart in the GTP Pro category. George will come at the opposite particular racing one of the Indra Michelin and June Cup only entries by 1 of the questions. Congress Ferrari Ben Tuck, very impressive Total driver there second. Also, the Turner Motorsports BMW in third after the start. In the LMP2 is the Turner Motorsport of Sebastian Alvarez, who leads by 0.4 of the second. The AO Racing Fight the Dragon of Dave Cameron up to the full-winning car with Sebastian. I'm going to say that very, very impressed with the drivers on the big start. It was a big field. We've had a couple of incidents when cars. Oh, now, Neil Racing. It's not praising the drivers. Neil Racing, the number 77, is down back there. Has been given a warning for blocking. Pretty simple here in the US. Hard chats about this down through the air on the radio and TV. And you are not allowed to move in response to the car. If you want to go defensively out of the corner into the corner, then pick your line and stick to it. But if the guy's moving around behind you going left and right, you can't go left and right either. So that'll be a final warning to Klaus Mattler on that 71 car.
He'll have to be advised about that, and I think that's what we see sometimes when cars are under pressure, when they make the overall pace.
That many seasons with the competition But remembering the SSR is down to the fundamental regulations to all of them. Having been driving the haven't had time to sit down the rain. What I normally do when I'm going to play. Yes, I am that person. About in the airline line and then goes down the plane. So goes up leading and leading comfortably in the most by 8 tenths to the second of the 6 galore. Now we had Roman in the start of the race, but I didn't see Daniel Kia in the pit earlier on. He was suited and booted, so we'll try and find out whether it has been or not. Celsius, so it's going to get really slick out there, and of course the track will be a little bit green too after that little bit of rain, that we had. However, Brian, who is sitting inside in the air conditioning in steaming Rosewood, Kentucky, all better way to spend an afternoon with a bit of IMSA racing and the Sahlen 6 hours at the Glen at IMSA Radio if you'd like to get in touch. And Cam Walsh has done that. Says, what's the longest green flag run we've had? Just seems to really be able to get our feet under the table. At the start of the race we had 17 minutes, and the longest that we've had since then, I can check that again. So that's got 17, so that was 31 minutes there and 26 minutes there. So 31 minutes we had the 31 minutes and 19 seconds, and that was at the start of the race. We're predicting 160 laps, so 60 straight down, we've got 97 to go. But that will change depending on what happens out on the surface, but still Roman will go leading the race. And in the classic race, Jackie also responded to a big time on that last lap. 137.4 last time by for Grosjean, 136.5 for Ota. Ota much quicker than Grosjean ahead of him, but still a came behind him. So the gap actually, Ota is now just under 2.5 seconds ahead of Engine third and right on the tail of Grosjean. On in the GT category as well. Track limit that also included a reorder for the battle that was going on with Jim David Leeson, the Dragonfly car. I confirm that by here again. Number one, there was a Harvard car. Formula racing car that had to go back there. 81. 48. Formula racing. There are either side of it at the moment. 48, thank you. Matt Hezzer. The junior driver. The Nürburgring, they all do. Like that earlier on. Thank you very much to Aaron, who's keeping an eye on that. So that was a redress, a track limits violation and gaining an advantage. So Turn 8, turn 10 and turn 1 are the places that 10 to get it to go. Whatever happens there, what about all the road dogs and bringing Danny City out there? Literally more for the field had to sponsor a full course yellow, which closed the pit. That's given them the lead of the race. It's got to be up there.
It's a tricky one because you could say if you're lucky to actually enter when that happens, you have to throw the dice. You have to think, is it going to go full course yellow or is it not? Because Sandy Mitchell in that number 9, Babkini was constantly yellow. He could have easily pulled the rear here and driven off and it in a deep and then just the other end just completely in the back rather than the front. So it is a roll of the dice for sure. And that requires some thinking to get wrong.
And you've got to execute that as quickly as possible to make that work. You've got a very small time frame. The fastest lap. Car, the 1:34.981. I don't think that was going to set that time.
Oh, that was early on.
But there's a lot of green on the time of scoring now as the time is starting to come in later.
They are. Yeah. There isn't any hot lap times at the moment in GT. Because they're coming through the traffic and the traffic is definitely played in the favour of Romain Grosjean, that's for sure. He's going really, really well and he's opened the gap up to 2.0. New thing for Kako to that multi-class sports car. Racing has moved for the lead in LMP2.
Oh, and Mercedes AMG off in gravel trap. It is the road trap. Oh no!
This is going to be another
out. Yeah, that was at turn 8, still the top of the rise, and then got off the driving left there. Huge moment to work out with the front side of it. Huge fall of dust there. Area, always has been down for years. Whilst we pack up behind the safety guards, perfect time to join Diana Biggs down in the pit lane. Diana, that was excellent timing. Thank you very much. Who are you with?
I'm with Ben Barnicoat from Vassar team.
Welcome back.
So Vassar celebration. Yes, exactly. Welcome back, Ben. How are you?
Yeah, good. Big smile on my face.
It's great to see you back in the business. What were you doing when you got behind the wheel again?
Well, when I first got behind the wheel was when it was doing the race.
There may be a little bit of a penalty there, honestly, because what happened there is the safety crew told him.
It was eye-opening the first day. The team made a fantastic progress. Slipped before restart, just got me restart, or had a really good fight with him, and pace was good. It was really good to do that. This bit along,
how's the balance and the handling of the car feeling? I know we've gone through different conditions on the circuit, and the circuit is evolving.
Yeah, no, you're right. The circuit's evolving. Obviously, the rain that changes things up a lot. Just kind of gets rid of all that rubber that's been laid down over the weekend. I like to start getting handling really well. I think I kind of had a little bit too straight line speed, and just to hold Lauren off, I probably was in the gap difference because the car fell back up. So, diving the tyre pressure a little bit, obviously a bit more unstable as they previously, or where we were looking, but I think we should get cracked through it, and we'll have a shot at this.
The circuit provides everything for a driver and a team. Is it one that you relish when you come here?
It's one of those that you relish when it comes, so big accident out, anything can happen. It was a bit of a very sort of left field actor, so
Thank you very much, Ben. Great to see you back.
Recovering from a cycling accident. What happened AMG. It was coming over the top of the rise. It's just before turn 8, so along the sole of the boot towards the toe.
In the Mustang Champions car, they are trying to make their way through a gap that just grows quickly. And the thing is, with multiple prototypes going through at once, it's difficult for the team to drive and control. It's one car they're letting through on. Just, and there is also big closing speed there. You know, I'm sure that a car will be doing 160 miles an hour in the race there.
Also, the CTD is going pretty slow late. So that closing speed is exacerbated by the fact that the car that we expected to take the front of you doesn't. Oh, and then it does, because by that time you've already got a long drive in. And Sargent had a characteristic incident at turn 9, and in the 120, that was the right portion. It was a moving portion. Manual.
In full dry conditions, there are still been disagreements, but in one of our Portuguese debates was it traffic, and that is a perfect example of traffic going wrong in the race car. Affecting the race over, whether they get cleared or not, it's compromised.
Yeah. It's compromised. No doubt about that. So now, 4 minutes to go for the had out the first set of points for Nicholas
Yes, how is that even possible? Wow. So they might be an early contender for PTO.
Well, have they changed that rule yet? How did it plan to
nice to see them up there again. Well done, guys.
Oh yeah, they both had 5 6 it's the incentive Ferrari.
Put enough fuel in it because it's been busy today.
Now, before we go back to green, Alexander Sims himself available, so we can talk with down to Berlin. Diana, who is at the Pat Miller Corvette team.
Alexander, how did you summarize the race so far for you guys?
It's been pretty hectic, to be honest. Too much. It's more about just how many risks you take out on track. And now these are sort of known conditions, everything's a bit more predictable. There'll be more down to pace and race awareness around the other cars, trying to take opportunities when they present themselves. Normal sort of stuff. So, 3 hours of race, 3 hours still to go, so plenty of things can happen. Just have to keep our nose clean. Absolutely. Running around here, and GT3 Corvette is pretty cool. The conditions are, you were a bit more hairy than probably most of us would like because it's a bit of pop luck, but it's a lovely track there, one to the left, great race.
Great competition this year. You've had a long career in motorsport and it's not a bonus to have a race against guys who race against.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic mix, honestly, of youth and experience out there. Some of these guys I've raced against in GT cars and other categories for many years. Some of them, they're pretty new to IMSA and they're the young guns trying to make their mark, trying to prove themselves. It's always great to have that record, brings you to have to make sure you're on your absolute maximum to fight against them. So it's good fun. I think it's like one of the most favourite championships in the world. Racing, great rules there.
And as a racing driver, what is it about motorsport that makes you
well, I mean, the adrenaline rush that you get, honestly, as you go through all the different situations in racing, then it's tough nothing compared to everyday life. To be honest, I've got 3 kids at home, and a fantastic wife, and there are plenty of challenges in I would say everyday life, bringing up kids and doing all the normal things. But in terms of a personal rush that you get, they don't think the school runs are never quite the same as driving around Watkins Glen in Corvette. It's an absolute privilege, obviously, to be able to do what we do, to have your professional sport, earn good money.
Great to hear you back. Great questions from we have time behind our 4th stage start of the famous 6 hours of the day. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Whilst we're under the safety car, we can give you an update from Drew Adamson, who mentioned earlier on the road trip. Cisco Canadita, and Cisco did a 5 hours too. Drew in the 6-2, big bad shield stop though, and they managed to get on the wrong shield pump and had to change. Then had to dig Drew's specific USB cable, then got held up at the pit exit. So not calling the exit of the fuel station, the pit exit is not a real it needs to be better on the next stop like Sonny thinks.
Well, it could be that the yellow road, they're not being penalised as bad as they could be.
Quite
traffic. I think you're one of the other guys in the iRacing production team, along with Drew Adamson and the rest of the gang. There's too many of them to name. They are a big team.
But by the way, you think that these guys are, coding nerds, computer nerds, etc. Well, yes, they are, and they're very good at what they do, and their attention to detail in terms of what they do. They sat down at the start of the IMSA Pro Series and plotted where the cameras were at Sebring for the real television system, and then did a camera plot for it. So that's the attention to detail they're taking to their job. But they are motor racing fans, because we're chatting to the next house. They're on a road trip. They're on their way back home. They're tuned in now, listening in to us on Sirius XM around the US. You can do that. 2 of 6 of them this weekend who are travelling around. Thanks to Sirius for the Lord of the Airways. Get for every customer that comes forth to our championship race. If you're not equipped, then use our player at linktr.ee or ask your smart device to listen to the radio. Yeah. Hey, what's the radio? Yeah, not far of me that guy, was it? Yeah. Wouldn't I could have had that steering at my all levels for me? Maybe I'd have turned that better and could have recorded one while I'm having the bottom of it. Robert Grosjean still leads. We're still behind this safety car for the clean up. That nasty looking accident between the 5 Kaplan Porsche. Obviously looks are ready to fix the MG as well. So that'll be looked at by the race control. We'll get the barrier repair here as well. So that might be sticking from the yellow for a little while. Back out, the Wimbledon Racing AMG is back out at the moment. Remember that car had front and rear damage. I think it was the rear damage, just slipping the spun car during the bad weather for the previous Sahlen, the massive motorsport Blue Origin. And Indy Dodge here is being installed in that car, which is an instant plug-and-play solution for performance. And Indy is 19th at the moment in GTD, and is 8 laps down on making up a position on Scott Hargrove in the 48 Racing Lamborghini, which is also having a problem. I think we might have a chance to. Well, actually, Indy Dodge is going to go past the Wyatt race check car, isn't it? The one-star racing car, so it's not yeah, I think we've got a chance to take another pit lane sport whilst we're still behind the Corvette safety car. Di and a Beach on duty in the pit lane for us this weekend. Where are you, Di?
I'm with Aston Martin Heart of Racing, and I've got Raymond Anglis with us in the number 23 car. Just putting your cool suit back on because the temperature here has just risen. But how would you describe the race so far, Raymond?
Yeah, it's been a bit hectic, obviously, with the weather. Dry, rain, and then dry again, rain again. So typical walking one cycle. But yeah, we're doing a good job. We're running the top 10. Pace seems okay, so just keep picking away and moving forward.
What were you learning when you were behind the wheel earlier on, and what information can you give back to the team?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly hard since I was in with wet tires and dry and the track drying. Didn't really feel like I ever really got into a rhythm. So, yeah, first running for me really in this car in the wet. So all the knowledge that I gained there is definitely very important, but looking forward to getting back in shortly.
Is that why you're putting your cool suit back on? Your cool vest, rather.
Yeah, I'm putting my cool suit on because it's very hot. So yeah, just trying to keep my body temperature low before I get back in. Yeah, it's a very physical track, very physical race in general, so just doing what I can to be prepared for when I get back in.
Yeah, I'm guessing you have to keep very hydrated for this one when you have to keep jumping in and out physically and mentally.
Yeah, it's tough, and it's one of the tracks too, I feel like, that has the highest speeds, highest G-forces, so it's always tough. It's tough on the neck as well. It's me and Ross's first time here in a prototype, so definitely struggling in that department, but we're going to do what we can to have a strong finish.
What's the feedback from Ross at the moment?
Yeah, everything's going to plan. I think our race pace is actually quite good, so just trying to execute the stops, execute the driver change, and not make any mistakes. That's where we are tonight.
Thank you.
Sorry, Dixon, Malukas, Polo, these guys, Rossi. This strategy is going to, or this yellow is going to help them because they were having.
We went back to green flag racing, and by the way, we've got an instant responsibility drive through as well. We'll get to that in a moment. Also, the 120, that is the Wright Motorsports Porsche. That was a tyre that was without crew, and that'll be a drive through for there. The instant responsibility was for the number 80. Now, what was that incident? Oh, of course. Yes, yes, yes.
Sorry for that. Didn't take very long.
No, well done.
That, I mean, it's really inconsequential. The both those cars take straight over for them. So Aston Martin then on to the third lane.
And Arjuna is there. Oh, Aston Martin number 27, spinning for Heart of Racing. Arjuna, what do you have?
It's the 19 GTD Mandatory entry here for the endurance round that's getting a front, I think it was a front splitter change, and just being able to clip the front hood to put the tires back on the car. But they have lost the lap, John. They came in just before the green flag, and the GTD still is racing by them right now. Another update as the Mandatory Racing car gets ready to roll. The 120 right machine trundles down pit lane.
I do like a bit of trundling. So the Aston number 27 was spinning in sympathy maybe with Alexandro Paguicci, the AF Corsa 296 at GT3 in a battle at the bottom end of the top 10, to be honest. So coming through there, Alexandro getting back to speed in the red car with start stripes on the roof. Roman Grosjean still leads by 6/10 of a second for Lamborghini coming onto the start-finish line now. The SC63 then leading lap in the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. What a story this is already. Daniel Kvyat is a damn rag when he got out of that car at the previous pit stop. 3/10 of a second now as Kakarota, the highly rated, as I was about to say, the highly rated Japanese driver with Honda in the Acura that is run by HRT, second place, and the Lamborghini, I'm afraid, is just a halt behind one of its sponsor signs. That's a nice bit of parking there. Some sort of mechanical problem or that now this has been short well open so the whole field is packed up together and then go to side that they're opportunity that one and then following that get their opportunity now this we're getting very close to a waypoint though or some point. So this is very much really a factor here. There's less than 5 minutes left before we hit that 2-hour goal mark. So this could be a real decision maker. Oh yeah. Well, I stay out. Whatever. Hang on a second. When was the last full course yellow?
It's a full length full course yellow.
Right. Okay. So they will open the pit eventually, but we might get round to it before it's the first lap completed after 3 hours. So that's what we've got to be looking at. And that's 4 minutes and 19 seconds away. The Corvette barely had time to get back into the pit lane and get parked up. Now, we're being told that Race Control is reviewing the Aston Martin and Ferrari incident. We are now on our 5th full course yellow. Class leaders out of the field, Lamborghini Squadra Corsa. There you go. The Motorsports, Sebastian Alvarez. LMP3. Frederick Worth, the Rolex Daytona winning Ford Automatic Motorsports number 65 Ford Mustang 233 into the lead of GT3 Pro. Conquest Racing and Ben Tuck, who is leading in GTD in another Ferrari 296. That class, Ferrari, BMW, Ferrari, Ferrari, Aston Martin. Almost without it, right? Got on 2 more further down the field. I'll tell you what, before we get into the first stop title, let's take a Linktree racing race update. So it is Conquest in the 34th car, leading in GTD. Dick Walker and Turner Motorsport. Then in second Ferrari, in third, Flecciando. Mike Taylor in fourth off the Mercedes number 32. Jason Hart, the Triazzi Ferrari, the 021 car. And in 60 principal Pelican Magic Racing, the Bandit. The best of the bronze club cars is in that inception, Flecciando to the number 70 car. In third place, the GT Pro, the top 3, Ford Multimatic, the Mustang 65, Baton Sullivan, next up, the Lexus RTS 63, number 14 car, now back on the EO Racing in the Forza. LMP2, Sebastian Alvarez, Sarah Motorsport, EO Racing, James Cameron, Josh Bird, Riley, and that's 8, 99, 74, the top 3. Rasmus Lee now in the United Motorsport number 23. And at the top, there again, it is the Lamborghini SC63 behind the safety car. ahead of the number 93, the red, white, black, and the also after ARX5 for the next. Now the BMW heading into the pit lane. Pick up some reports from our pit lane reporters down there, and I don't really mind who wants to go first. Let's go to Diana.
Motorsports, the number 73, Chris Cumming, is here with me in the garage area. Chris, just waiting for the LMP2 to come in here. That looks like fuel and tyres going on at the moment.
Yeah, Manuel's having a great stint so far. The first hour and a half, there was a lot of stuff going on. Our strategy was to stay clean and try to avoid mishaps, which we did, and kind of brought it in fifth. And Manuel had it all the way up to first, and by sort of the end of his first run. So he's doing a fantastic job. Looks like we got a 13 stop now, and we'll see where we settle out.
What are the characteristics of the LMP2 car around this Watkins Glen circuit?
Well, I mean, it's a great car to drive here because there's so many fast corners and a lot of even have a little bit of banking. So we really feel you can really maximize the potential of the P2 car here.
Are you satisfied with your performance for the team today?
Yeah, I am. I wasn't super happy with qualifying yesterday, but managed to pick up 4 spots during my stint. So and brought the car back the way I got it. So that's my job done.
What were you not happy about in qualifying?
Well, I think we.
Challenging is this circuit because it appears to have everything.
It does have a lot. There are a lot of high-speed corners with some banking, like I said, and then there are also some very games like the bus stop are always challenging.
We'll go to Arjuna in a moment when he gets the GT card. Danny Studiak back in to the Lamborghini. Norman Grosjean has put a bit of effort in there as well. The open driver. Let's get to Arjuna. It's a picture up and out for the 16 Pros to GTD.
There were lots of driver changes, John, in that GT3 class as well. Knowing that the intermediate tends to face GT, knowing that the teams are fully drivers, not expecting driver changes for them, and I'm not seeing an issue with the Rover team, with the exception of the harder racing Aston Martin, making any driver changes. 4 Michelin tires. I'm watching the Paul Miller BMW, number 48. That's got a little bit of grass and stuff. The radiator, they don't ring it off as far as off and away, but it's a Lexus that follows out the Corvette and the AO Racing Porsche at the end of pit lane.
And what we're seeing really, Peter McKay, here in the Sport Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and what our pit lane reporters are telling us, is effectively for the race points for the but that's actually been pit stop competition.
Pretty much, yeah, exactly that, and that pit stop competition. American Le Mans days with the Honda Spiders, they were absolutely fighting out with the pit. Actually, created a the height of the board, at the time, now managed to see it all the time, and diagrams get a clear time. Cadillac got up to get to that one. Water, had former front runner third, that was from the But Matt Campbell has got way less energy in the tank than he's basically.
Oh. Now, this is a disaster for Aaron Telix, who got out third for Vassar Sullivan Racing. It did not get one of the wheels of Michelin tyres on that car, and he was limping back to the pit, but his partner company, and now he's come through time 9. That's not a time of day. It's been cut out, and therefore he needs that lap as well. And he might not even get that car back to pit lane. That's, I don't know whether it was a bit of finger trouble or an issue with the equipment.
That like last year, that's strong packaging. They actually took the double and those actually here at the tail of the play. So just tiniest mistake. Yeah, like, that's something you do. It's just like a tiny mistake from the driver is enough to higher part of the car and going out of the inner loop. It's the outer loop. Put another wheel of tyre on. The problem is it's not doing any good to the underneath of the car, and also it's probably not too much to the disc. Right, we are just over the halfway, so time for our Pilotti mid-race recap for the still and 6 hours of the Glen. 80 laps completed, and as we came out of that pit stop challenge, effectively, it was Matt Campbell with the number 6 GTP, the Porsche Motorsports, the 93 car that was leading. We are on our 6th intervention of the safety car, 27 laps in total, and cars out of the race 0. I think actually there's one. I think there's just one official retirement, actually, and that was the win, Taylor Racing number 45. That Chip Pilotti mid-race upgrade, and that Lexus is coming back. So whilst, no, it's going to need a hand, it's going to need a helping tour up or lift. So while that's the case, let's go back down to the pit lane and to Diana pits.
How are you doing, Joe?
I'm good. All good. I didn't actually just jump out. I was doing driver help.
I saw you, so I thought you had just jumped out. My apologies.
Yeah, no, but it's going good. Tatiana's in there. Till had a good stint. I mean, the car looks like it's pretty good. We had some damage coming to pit lane. Till we had to change your nose, but we stayed on the lap, so that was a bonus. And honestly, I think the car is about as good as it's been all weekend for Tatiana. So she's pretty happy. I mean, it's always good. You know, our team cars, if you will, the Fords Pro class are doing really well. So that makes me feel good about the potential of the car when I get in. So this yellow worked out pretty good. Tatiana will do another stint here, and I'll finish the last couple hours.
You're doing a really good job, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, in this race, you can see it. It's, you know, things happen. A lot of things happen. It's pretty normal here. Not even just talking about the rain, but just incidents. And so we're moving up the ladder by staying clean. So that's what it's all about, you know. You got to stay clean the last couple hours here, especially just the last hour, and then it normally turns into a real fight. So I'm excited about it. Like I said, the car looks quick. Our other Fords in the Pro Class look quick, so that's always a good sign. Great crowd here today. It's always great to race here at Watkins Glen in front of these fans. I hope everybody's enjoying the show. It's hard not to enjoy these Mustangs driving around, making some beautiful sounds, sounding like America.
The good thing is we can always hear them coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's a cool car to drive. Really great. There's so many people that are so many fans love it.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Yeah.
Always a good interview going on. So that number 14, let's start the end. Leading the AMR station. out, actually.
Okay.
Right, yeah, 5 and 9.
Okay. Of course, yeah, there's shall we say, the path of the bridge?
Stop with that now. I think we've pressed that analogy as far as we can. We've added the tool of the boot and the shin of the boot.
It's the travel path. That the tool with Neil.
Oh. In the sky, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours and 50 minutes in. It's tickled Aaron, our producer in control. Thanks very much to all of our production crew, as ever, in a really busy weekend in sport, as it always is for NASCAR. Productions in there, beautiful. Still got that huge production centre smell of the Concord, North Carolina. Amazing place. Got to see that last year. Hopefully calling to see them succeed before the end of the season as well. And series of running cables, making sure that we're on the PA as well. Making those link up, that's all got to be done. Takes a village. Ray, Rooftop Ray is down at camera 1. I noticed this weekend. And also all of our camera operators who've had everything to deal with this weekend. Our Judah is down in the pit lane. Let's hear from some of the drivers.
Roman Grosjean is stopped the season. I won't hold you much longer, but Roman, you and I were just chatting about it. It doesn't sound like you've got any help with this in the car. You're still looking a bit physically great right now.
I'm absolutely good. And I know what I'm talking about when I say good. Hey, Riley Motorsports did a fantastic job on the driving. Got in at the right time, was at the race, and I wasn't too shabby behind the wheel. I think everyone behind, so I'm proud of that. And
you and I were catching up before the race actually started, and we talked about some people
Roman Grosjean. Great to hear his voice. Great to hear his voice. He's really slotted into this new challenge for sports car racing. Can't be easy to have that interrupted program picture. Very strong. Being in the start and then not for a while, and there's not the resource for Lamborghini right now to go testing all the time. One of the reasons they're not in the FIA World Endurance Championship. The mandate is run 2 cars, and they feel as though they can run 2 cars to the level that that championship demanded, and prefer to do a bit of development and continue to race in it.
That's totally fair enough, and that's, I think, what the International Endurance Championship is that opportunity to go and major event, have a go, taking on some of the biggest competitors in the world to win a one of the events that are intertwined with our sports series have been then you can see them all, which has been around for over 25 years. It's already part of the fabric. Oh, to see at the end of the story when the winter
one of the great gifts of many that Dr. Don Peno gave to motorcar racing to take them on. And not only did that had that impressive point, but in those early years did that develop into a blue ribbon race and a race of real character for 10 hours and 1,000 miles. Now, it is 1,000 miles nowadays, but it immediately had a casual result in some of the search that it was on. But of course, it also won the American Le Mans Series, which, along with Randam, has become what we have now, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and the associated races around it. But this weekend has been a festival of sports car racing, with the Porsches, Lamborghinis, the Bristol Pilot Challenge, and of course the middle Michelin Endurance Cup race of the season, still Indianapolis and to come. TBS will have to be called Phoenix. Well, we've just been talking about Phoenix about PHX nowadays. The number 11 TBS Oregon back out after the... I thought they would look to race that chassis ever again. Never mind getting fixed up and out there after they ripped the left front corner asunder. Never ever seen one intact. Yeah, that was a big incident. Well played with CBS getting that back together again. On the track, 108 Fahrenheit is 42 Celsius in the air, 31 Celsius and 88 Fahrenheit. It's a beautiful afternoon here at Watkins Glen, and we're about to go racing again. It'll be Matt Campbell, the affable Australian, who leads them to the line. The green flag is in the air. Philippe Albuquerque is in second. It's Nick Yellerly now behind the wheel of the number 93 Acura HRC red, white and black coloured car. And it's a clean restart as the Aston you can't miss that. It's Roman De Angelis back in that car in 10th position overall. Front Porsche, Cadillac, Acura, Cadillac, BMW, Porsche, Acura. Lamborghini drops down the 9th position of Danny Kvyat behind the wheel after that pit stop.
And a switch around there with Matt Campbell absolutely defenceless going up towards the bus stop. And it now is Philippe Albuquerque who leads for Wayne Taylor Racing number 10. That is something we've said
Nick Yellerly's gone through as well.
So many times over the years we said, number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing car leads, but it has not been the case this season. They have had a hard season. Is this the day where they get back to winning ways? The Wayne Taylor crew, they hit the front.
That's interesting. Tandy wasn't it earlier on in interview. He said we haven't got the outright pace. But my goodness, sometimes you take what drivers and team personnel say with a pinch of salt. But Matt Campbell had Nick Yellerly and Philippe Albuquerque go through there long before they got into any braking area.
Yeah, and that's just pure straight line speed. That's what we have here this weekend at Watkins Glen. Just an update on the incident we saw between the 21 Ferrari and 27 Aston in GTP, but it was inconclusive after that issue, so no penalty either way. Meanwhile, in GTP Pro, Klaus Baxter going to hold off the number 3 of the Corvette of Antonio Garcia, and this is the battle for the championship as it stands. AO Racing from number 3 Corvette.
The proper wave-by procedure for the AMG of Whitworth Racing. Now they're many laps down, but that will be a stop at 3 minutes 36. Because that is a multiplier of time gain. I think I got it wrong earlier on, not the first time that I have. Thank you to Rob Lomas in London. He said the Petit Le Mans was originally 1,000 miles with it all 10 hours. And of course, the TV company never knew when the end was. So it has been changed to 10 hours. First few, get 10 hours in the first two or three, to be honest. But it is the first 10 hours of the morning. So Albuquerque by 3/4 of a second. Nick Yellerly and Matt Campbell and Jordan Taylor and Philip A and Tom Blockton and Nick Tandy and Earl Bamber and Danny Kvyat and Roman De Angelis and Marco Bittman and Jimmy Bruning. and that's the 12 cars in line at the front of the GTP field, and that, and it's not exactly a decent soccer team, but it's a good lineup of drivers. Yeah, well, Jimmy Bruni is 12. I think you have to have him to start the lineup.
Guys more outside centre there. That's a rugby.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. Sebastian Alvarez for Tower Motorsport has just reset the LMP2 fastest lap of the race on a 1:37.328. A few of the P2 cars going a bit quicker now. After Glen has gone quicker than the 22 has before for United Autosport, that's a 37.3, and also a 37.6 for Josh Bird in the Riley. We settle down into hopefully a bit of more green flag racing. We'll do a VP Racing update once we've heard from Pietro Fittipaldi, who's with our dealer.
Part of the Pratt & Miller number 73 crew. Great to see the team step up to LMP2. Now, Pietro hasn't been into the car just yet, so he's looking quite fresh compared to some of the other drivers. When do you expect him to get behind the wheel?
Yeah, probably in the next 30-40 minutes or so. Chris and Manuel have been doing a fantastic job as well with the strategy and pit stop. And we're running in second. Manuel went for an overtake for the lead and had to go wide to avoid a bit of contact there with some aggressive moves up front. But he lost a few places with his recovering again. The car is very strong. She's doing a really mega job. Chris as well in such tough conditions. Now it's super hot and trying to stay cool before I get in the car.
That's obviously the big talking point, but how long do you expect to stay behind the wheel of the car? Do you have a cool suit? Do you have AC to try and keep you a little bit cool behind the wheel?
Man, there's almost no AC in the car, so you're just sweating. I'm actually preparing my water bottle that they'll give me when we're doing pit stop. We have 40 seconds, and I usually drink for about 20 seconds. Very cold water, it's the only way that I get my body heat.
In terms of the balance of the car, obviously Pratt & Miller new to the LMP2 class, but building up, feeling in Daytona, all about getting that experience under your belt, and you've returned to Sebring with plenty of speed.
Yeah, we did a lot of testing after Sebring to get the car ready, and I feel like we're in a good window. Now it's just race hard to the end.
Thank you.
Our journey at the party down in the pit lane and back to the pit lane for the three-wheeler from a little while ago. That was the RCS Lexus number 14, the pro car with the red number back. And it's the fastest LMP2 lap, 1:37.0. There's a bit down there. That car, I think down in ninth. Still on the lead lap in class. So there's an LMP2 battle still to be had there. But everything stopped at the pit side last time around. For the pit stop, the yellow. LMP2. Very bad. Exactly there. Restart being reviewed, that's standard operational procedure. Complete Albuquerque then by 3/4 of a second to hit the yellow lead. Now, hearing that the TBS car was being repaired, went out and did a few laps back in the pit lane now. The door open. Not that long, Peter, before the LMP2 are headline act, of course, at the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. And it might be that they've rebuilt that and using this as a bit of additional shakedown test time.
Potentially, yeah. And
not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea at all. And actually, I would think setup-wise, the setup here at Glen across the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park is a perfect car for that circuit. It's a corner speed car, and you can really read the aerodynamics of it. That's turn 8 around the back of the circuit. Some great places to get the real adrenaline rush on
the the old LMS cars.
Oh, yeah. Roman Dumas had people down our taking stories about the 2008 Sport Car Inspired, how he was flat to turn one from that speed and into a little piece off the front. Flat to
yeah, ended the Andretti straight, which is the straight. Last big turn end. Oh, yeah. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh. Hello there. Good to have your company. Wherever you're joining us from, stay with us the whole time, or you're just jumping in now. We don't mind. Just a cracking first half. Half an hour into the second half of this race, 2:35 to go. But just under a standard IMSA race, 2:40. That's too much to nowadays. We talk about that as our standard length race. But we had one of those in the first half of the season.
Yeah, well, we're going to have one now. Which is the race came in and then how quickly it dried on. It was tipped at the beginning of the race that it would be the Acuras and the Cadillacs that would be forced to the front, and as they keep going up, much more mimicking the conditions we saw in qualifying yesterday, of course. 42 degrees Celsius track temperature, 100 degrees Fahrenheit. We're now seeing two Cadillacs in the top two, both from Wayne Taylor Racing and Acura Maritime Racing number 92 car. Now, a point on Wayne Taylor Racing, we touched on how it's not been there here at all. There is a horrible time on the ball, it's just not been there here. This result here at Watkins Glen are so important to that crew. To get a podium or potentially a win here today would be enormous for the, I would say the morale, I would say the momentum of that team to get back into the groove that they know they can have.
Klaus Bachler and Rexy being ganged up on by two Paul Miller Racing BMWs, which is right back in the fight. Matt Kaiser, BMW driver in Neil Verhagen, who was coming, has fought back from problems and penalties earlier on. Now, of course, it keeps the race with no penalties, but with the number of safety cars, that somewhat helps out anybody who had a whoopsie earlier on and has brought the field back together again. Is Matt Campbell?
Yeah, so this, remember, in the previous pit stop, Matt Campbell, the previous the number 6 Sportsman Motorsports won that race on pit road.
Yeah.
But it won that race on pit road because it spent way less time in the pit. So this is coming back now. They're back timing to the end of the race.
Let's go down to our June pit lane and some news about that TDS car. I was surprised to see it go out Arjuna because I wasn't sure that car would ever race ever again, never mind the same day.
And I think that was kind of the thought process down at the team as well. Let's go do a couple of laps, shake the machine down, what the extent of the remaining damage is, but it sounds like they're in communication with race control right now, going through the procedure to withdraw the car. Will be pulled behind the wall in the next couple of minutes.
Buddy working the pit lane of China Pink this weekend. There's still plenty of racing to go here, Peter. I'm going to say, this is swinging back and forth like a pendulum at the moment. I can't honestly say who's going to have the advantage of Cadillac, Acura, BMW, Porsche, Lamborghini, and Aston Martin Valkyrie. They're 90 seconds off the lead at the moment, which is just for a lap back, but that's been a good, quiet, uneventful run. Oh, excuse me, yes. You're right, yeah.
For the Aston Martin Valkyrie, nice at the moment, but Pro, you mentioned that swing in men's back and forth. It's definitely the same there because we've seen Ford up the front with the 65 Mustang, the Rio Racing fighting in their Porsche, the 77 car. Now Antonio Garcia in the number 3 Corvette Racing team over Alexander Sims. Now there sitting a very close second behind AO in the championship, despite not having won the race so far this season. They've just been super consistent all the way through.
That could often be the way to go. It's a huge group of cars. Just coming down, up rather, to the top of the hill. Being led by the number 3 Corvette, Antonio Garcia, who's leading the GT Raw, and the whole field is behind him, and Philippe Albuquerque putting his way through that as the leader of the race. That's going to get, as you might say, a pretty.
Yeah, and Philippe Albuquerque will be off for this one. He's the winner. Satisfied and with the results that have come his way so far this season, and determined to get that right, taking that number 10 winter racing Cadillac with for so many years now, alongside Ricky Taylor, and quite the partnership. The informed Superman game was the Nelson Boys with a great win, number 93, in the early Michael Van der Zande, and the early sitting Albuquerque under pressure as he makes the way through the match.
And that is the key to this. You've got to know where you've got the advantage. Yellowly in that number 93 with the red, white and black colour scheme, trying to take down Cadillac VC car, Philippe Albuquerque. The same car, blue and black. Second car is Jordan Taylor, and that is only a further second and a half back coming through the traffic, and that will ebb and flow as well. That's the light and coloured car. Through the outer loop now, this battle for the lead. Down that little short chute towards the tricky downhill braking area at turn number 6. Actually, my apologies, we're heading into the inner loop now.
The bus stop, put in there in 1992 to slow the speed down, because that was when GTE originally hit its hedonistic era with the big round of red prototype, turbocharged power, and had to have them down because they were powering too much.
Candy looking at the back of Earl Bamber number 31. Wheeler's Cadillac, they've got all the way at the back in that number 31 car, fighting their way through, halfway up the GTP field. We'll keep an eye on the battles on the track. It's time, once again, to hear from some of the protagonists, and we'll go back to Arjuna.
I'm down at the Ford Multimatic camp with Chris Vanese, relaxing a little bit as he gets ready to jump back in before the end of the race. Chris, you and I caught up a couple of days ago. We were talking about the development of this car compared to last year. Just how strong it's been. Second on the road right now. Feeling confident about jumping back in?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the beginning was quite intense with the rain and the full wind and stuff. So we were racing pretty hard. Got hit by the BMW 48 once again. So they seem to like our car a lot. I mean, every race they are trying to bump into us. So yeah, it's a bit frustrating to always have conflict because everyone else is trying to do a clean race. But nevertheless, car is good. A lot of fun to drive around there. It's still 2 hours to go, so a long race.
Today's been about the cool conditions with the rain at the start, but also heating up as the day has gone on. I know that the Ford crew came and tested here a couple of weeks ago. Do you feel like you got what you needed from that test to set yourself up for this weekend?
Yeah, obviously testing helps, right? So we are much better sorted than last year, even though I haven't been here, but Mike has been here and he says the car is a lot better than last year. So our learning curve is quite steep. We're still learning. Now the car is as good as we ever had before. So that makes me want to really struggle to qualify. The car was really good, but I messed up. Ran wide in the lane and lost some time. So we could have qualified to 5.
Keep you calm during the stint?
We don't have to do it. We do have to, but it looks like it's raining. I already reported in the first stint, but it feels quite
quite hot in the car, which is unusual with the AC on, and he's ready now. He reported the same, and it's running, but it's only hot air coming out, and it feels really hot, so I don't know if it turned into a heating, but yeah, right now it's running out. Sounds like it might even be worse. Thanks, Chris.
Just raised there, and apologies for the language in that interview with Arjuna. Hello to Joss, enjoying the 6 hours of the Glen from the comfort of the Cadillac V Club. First in here, I think. Is that it? Oh yeah. Jim O'Donnell says, I think those are the first laps the Lamborghini M6 led in any competition. Good achievement, bearing in mind the issues that they had.
Led briefly at Sebring last year.
Yeah, on the pit stop side.
Yeah, but before the full course yellow kind of cut the rhythm a little bit. And the thing is, yesterday qualifying, one off our seats, just how fast the Acura was and how good the Cadillac were too. But those are cars that are established cars in the series and they're in really, really good form. So for a car that's only coming up for a handful around the year, it's a great effort by the drivers and it's pretty and Roman Guzman. Kvyat back in the car now, running in heat.
Yeah. Sort of didn't get off to the best start. And their tech car had an issue and then effectively they lost the first tech car. And that cost them an awful lot of time on the track. And I think they probably went into that first season with a package that wasn't quite where they wanted to be. Possibly even a little compromise because they had to make some decisions without really having done the mileage that they wanted to. But great to have the Lamborghini name back in top flight sports car racing. Just moved down the inside in turn 1 by into Europol. And that was Tom Dillman cutting his way through the traffic. Yeah. And I think he went past Johnny Edgar as well, the 8-hole Racing Spike car.
Yeah, Scott Dillman on the charge, and he will just full of confidence right now. Winning LMP again. Fantastic stuff. Dillman as a Frenchman to get that win.
At Le Mans.
Yeah,
that's life-changing. Down at the top step of the podium at Le Mans on the Sunday, and the Frenchman. And here the Marseillaise being sung, played by the local police band or whatever. But to hear that at the start of the race and then to stand on the top step of the podium the next day, man, that must be good.
Well, he would have had the Polish national anthem, the Polish team he was driving for.
Yeah, indeed. When he was standing there, yes, but I mean, there's nothing quite like being at Le Mans when the Frenchman. The last national anthem that is played before the start of the race. There's a very well choreographed ceremony with the starting particular on the start finish straight. It's done by the Army and the Air Force in a pretty spectacular way.
I honestly thought that helicopter was doing nose dive every time when it flipped its nose down.
And it's just a little bow. Yeah.
It is a remarkable.
Oh yeah, wow. And for the Hunters as well, they had a couple of attack helicopters in formation. Yeah, pretty good stuff. And for that, I mean, that gets my blood going, and I'm not French. Final warning for track limits.
The number 19, Rory Van der Steur for Van der Steur Aston Martin, and also the number 21, Air Corse of Simon Mann. Both of the moment they are actually working together. They're running in Germany. So they have a bit of a back
No, Tom Gilman, by the way, in the other fourth race. The lap on Paz Butler in fourth, and Paul Miller Racing, Max Henry in third.
Next up on his target is Mathieu Vaxivier for Dillman. Vaxivier driving for the AF Corsa, number 88 team. Now, waiting for them to come through. A bit of a gap opened up actually between the 73 Pat Miller and the number 88 AF Corsa. Then they come through. Yeah, they've got 20 seconds between these trains though. So a bit of a split in LMP2.
Sadly not making any progress in the car. I think NASA had a great start from 7th, that's where the car is now. And
yes, in the
oh yes, he was in serious there, wasn't he? Going around the outside and completed. That was a tremendous move. Get that so quickly. Direction. In fairness, he's in behind Earl Bamber, who's not hanging about.
So, Le Mans teammate when they won debut in the Top Category in 2015, and now rivals on track.
Do you remember that? There was people pointing a finger and sneering. Why are you bringing GT drivers into a prototype class?
One driver who's never been on the podium.
Yeah.
He's done quite handy.
Yeah, first serving F1 driver to compete in Le Mans for a long time, and he only went and won it.
There you go. Maybe should have stuck with it. Possibly could have brought him on board, but
yeah,
they did all right out of that program. That was the kind of the catalyst for the success, the steamrolling success that went on after that.
So let's put ourselves in context. Did you find those points, by the way?
Yes, of course, the Michelin Endurance Cup points. I don't know if they've come through yet. I have the order as it was after 3 hours. Let's see, because the points are awarded after 3 hours. Then there is another tranche of points handed out at the end of the race. This is just for the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup, though, we must add. It's not for the overall championship. It hasn't come up on the Alcamel cloud yet. I am watching it like a hawk. So we'll confirm that as soon as we have, but effectively it was under full course yellow and there was a pit stop race effectively to do that. That's why the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Matt Campbell went to the front when they short-filled that car.
Tandy in the pits for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Now, I'll just have to refresh my screen to see if that was on time. Not very helpful. Actually, well, no, everybody's on the same. So, Nick Tandy then in the pits for the 5th time.
Yeah, he's a little bit. He didn't need to pit for energy, I don't think, to fill the car up. So that's an interesting one there for Porsche Penske Motorsport. They may well be back pending to the end of the race. There's 2 hours and 17 minutes to go. So potentially Porsche Penske Motorsport throwing the dice here, maybe hoping for some full course cautions to get them ahead of the game. Yeah, filling up the fuel now. A relatively quick pit stop, I would wager there for Nick Tandy. So I think playing a few cars, because pace-wise, clearly the Porsche 963s that were so dominant at the start of the season, they've got no pace this weekend at Watkins Glen. So if you don't have the pace, well, think of the BDO No Strategy Award.
Yeah.
You've got to just throw the dice and see if it comes up double 60.
100 laps depleted for the field. At least 2 hours and a quarter still to go. Earl Bamber's coming to the pit lane as well. And Nick Tandy stayed in. So 40 seconds down the pit lane.
That's very quick pit stop there. 30 seconds. Well, yeah, probably will be. Yeah. Just a quick splash and go, and then hope for a full course caution where they come in, have less time at the pump, and then they can throw new Michelin tires on when everyone else is up. Interesting. Earl Bamber mirrors what the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport crew. So Cadillac Whale and Engineering, they are decided to go the Penske route as well. They're just mirroring what the number 7 Porsche crew have done, seeing if that is the correct strategical way. There's any car that's off that we've not seen, but there's nothing on our phone screen or anything like that. So it is a strategic play by the looks of things from those two crews to back time to the end of the race. 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining. LMP2 is very, very tight at the moment. It's just 4 tenths per second between Power Motorsport number 8 and 22 United Autosport. Then in GTD Pro, see if I'll comment as you say, John. Antonio Garcia in the Corvette leading from the Ford Mustang 1.5 Corvette versus Mustang. This is the battle. And then heroic effort from Klaus Bachler. He's sitting there in 4th, but right up all of a sudden up into 3rd. Paul Miller Racing, Max Hesse. What a day this could be for BMW. How have they done that? They had a stop plus 60. That's witchcraft.
Yeah.
That's definitely a front runner for the the BDO No Strategy Award.
There's been safety cars for sure, but you've got to use them to your advantage. So, yeah, I agree.
Now we've got our first drive-through penalty for track limits. Car number 32, that's the Korthoff Mercedes, the red car. Daniel Morad on board right now. In 15th in class, and a drive-through penalty is often even further down the order than that.
To note that in GTD, as we do another VP update, Vassar Sullivan Racing Lexus RCF GT3 is leading now with Parker Thompson behind the wheel. Oh, and the spin for the BMW number 25. That's the 7th place car of Marco Wittmann. And it's at the outer loop, and that's full course yellow. There must be damage on that car. Now,
that is very, very fast through there.
That is done, and I think that's why. That is our 6th full course yellow.
So it's turn 6.
Sorry,
it's actually at the chute. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is a very fast entry in there. 155 miles an hour when they hit the brakes, and apex it at 90 miles an hour. So it is fast. That's before the chute. That is the outer loop. You're right. It came up on our timing screen as turn 6, but it's not.
It's the outer. And incredibly, he's driving that car away. He's driving the car away.
Wow.
Just incredible. Coming through traffic and chasing through there. One of the Acuras, the 93 Acura. So he just lost a lap. Yes, he just lost a lap to 93, and there was contact. Quite stout contact, actually.
Bit of a tangle, I think, with the Aston Martin in there as well, the Heart of Racing car. That's a shame for BMW M Team RLL. Their sister car is up in 4th with Philip Eng on board at the moment. I'm not entirely sure how the number 25 Marco Wittmann, I have no idea how he's been able to drive that away.
No. This is a prototype, and they build them down to as light as they can make them, and I know that he's starting to get a bit of body rub now from that right rear. The rear wings arranged.
The rear clip will there might be a bit more damage than that to repair for Team RLL.
I think we might get a talking to for driving that back. It's been hanging up it. I understand why he's done it. Anybody's done it. We've all done it.
You can be sure he's being asked to do that by the team as well, saying get it back, let's see if we can fix it. That's always the automatic response. A bit like if you no matter how bad you crash a rally car, it's always pull first gear and see if it's nice to wait. Same theory.
That is a closed pit for Marco Wittmann, but provided that they only fix the bits that are broken, then that's, and even for 5 seconds fuel as well. That's going to need a rear wing end plate right hand. Put the tail section on, don't you? New set of tyres. Now, Arjuna, are you down there or is it Diana?
BMW team RLL that just came in, the number 25. Slightly has a rear left right puncture, so that car pulled in there. The team are now taking a look around that and making the adjustments that we need to do. There was some body wear hanging off that car as it pulled onto the pit apron, but I'm just areas up on the pit apron, just waiting for a number of cars to drive the game. A little bit as two cars coming in. So I'll come back to you when they start making their way any second now.
And then hands open, spot on. It comes Philippe Albuquerque, the number 10, and right almost alongside him, Nick Yellowly, in the number 93 Acura, who trips the pit lane line as well. Now, did Jordan Taylor come in? Yes, he did. Let's wait to see if Philip Eng in the 24 BMW peels in. Tom Blomqvist, Danny Kvyat, I think have stayed out, but let's get down the dive for the information from the pit lane.
Yeah, the Wayne Taylor Racing has come in, the number 40, and Louis Delatraz has jumped into that. Jordan Taylor has just jumped out. In front of them is the Wayne Taylor Racing number 10. Also, they're refueling new cars and driver change for both of those cars here in the pit lane.
Thank you, Di, for that one. It is certainly busy with the top 7 in GTC taking service here. Also the 11th and 12th place cars of Rooney and Wittmann in the GTC Miller Porsche, and of course the 25 BMW M18 RLL, the car that brought out that full course caution. Also in LMP2, all of the top 6 taking service as well. Now, this could be where the roll of the dice for Cadillac Whelen Engineering and both of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, because they'd pitted not long before that full course caution, and then that full course caution arrived. So they may well, we'll see once everything filters through, but they may well go right up to the front then and get all that track position for that gamble, and it was a gamble because the safety stuck well off the pace, but with this full course, it gets them back in the game, and that is what's so interesting about IMSA, well as that the full course levels work. Get these chances to roll the dice and get back. Usually, a perfect drop rate towards the end. A little bit of clean-up work. We push it out on the circuit. I worry that maybe there is perhaps some fluid coming the back of the BMW or maybe another car, but the track team in place and get the racetrack demonstration before we can go back to
that was an odd one, that, because they put down the drying agent, and I didn't see that as an issue for the BMW that went around. Could be something else. Fluid. Could be something else. Hard to see. But yeah, it does provide getting the feature before we go back to the previous line again. Will become an issue, the best that they do, indeed, then it's going to be a big step passing out. Led in by, well, now, who has come in first? That's the Corvette, isn't it?
Yep, from the lead.
And do I see a couple of cars staying out? Yes, I do. They'll be trying to get their laps back.
Korthoff number 32, which of course got a penalty, drive-through penalty for track limits, and the number 7840 Lamborghini, which has had an eventful day to say the least.
Let's go down to our pit lane team and pick up some reports. the rattle gun going off there. The tyres are changed. What we've got left on the top speed is going to be crucial to count back to over 2 hours.
Well, for a GTE car, this is perfect.
One more stop, isn't it?
Yeah, with a bit of full course caution, which by the lot of advantage I think you're probably going to get. Right now, it's very tight to make home on this one stop. Gasly, but you know that's what a little bit. Yeah, exactly. The full course caution is going for a while, and so you hear a lot of drivers lifting, trying to use little fuel as possible. So sometimes for Marco Bittman company played harder racing after Martin and Boston the barrier. And you mentioned that earlier on in the show how watching Glen is the circuit where certain parts of the circuit, but a lot of parts of the circuit, just step over the edge, bang, you're in the wall. It's almost like street track. In a lot of places it is, yeah, particularly at the S's in the first sector, and in the Montreal race, spoilers, but what's the first lap? This was the event.
What's the first lap? Then you might want to get offered things up to say, for example. So what is it? Yeah. They walked away. BMW Team RLL is behind the wall and it's blasting back to the back.
Sorry. Because that's the fact. Both their cars that they pitted early and they took a bit of a gamble because they were off the leading group. Well, the number 7 was keeping up to second. Matt Campbell is the number 6 car, is in third, and El Bander for Cadillac Wheel and Engineering is now in the lead of the race in the number 31 seat. And why is that? Because they took a bit of a gamble, an educated gamble, hoping that there'd be a full course caution, and the full course caution arrived exactly, only a handful of laps after they'd taken a pit stop. And because they'd already done their pit work and everybody else was doing it, they built it up to the front. So the race strategy work then from Cadillac Wheel and Engineering and the course eventually most of the award. So from the other classes, what they come around at the time from the start of CCB, of the next six, number 31 Cadillac from 7 north to 6 north, the then number 10 the Cadillac from the 6 north to the 4th, and then it's Nick Yellow starts the 90 actually a mad station ahead of it, the car, the 60 is the dinosaur hitting the spot. That is off the system. I think they've got that off. I think that pushes them. Look, we've got 2 hours and 3 minutes to go. I absolutely think that's brilliant. That's very clever. I'm going to head down to try and say that's very clever because in the past there was not a control that split. So if you top off, you go right to the back of all the when there's a road crash, the worst is going to be his age. And now he's got more time, more speed.
Giant standing by with Carl Brown. Quick update at the 3-hour mark for Richmond June Club, 5-4 and 3 points. So the number 7 points French Motorsport 963, Philip Santa and Dick Cannon continues to lead the GTP track. The 43 Europol engine is top of the Corner, the racing BMW, the GTP Club, and 21 Sporter has moved into the lead of the GTG Endurance Cup. Dynamic, as promised, Colin.
What are your thoughts on how things are going so far today? It's been tough at the start of the race, and everything has changed dramatically.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's IMSA racing, right? So you never can plan it all out. But yeah, for me, tough start to the race for sure. I had no wiper for all of that. It was impossible to see, so that was pretty interesting. I'm glad glad we had a good spotter, and I could see out the side windows of me. But yeah, soldiered through that, made up some spots, got kind of back in the game there, and then, I think we're in a decent spot here, a lot to play for. Proud of the MSR active guys. I think we're doing our thing, and we'll see what shakes out. Obviously, we got two cars kind of at the pointy end of one set of strategies. Again, I don't know how it's going to play out at the end.
I know you're a very experienced professional driver, but when that situation happens, you have no wipers that you can't see. How anxious do you feel? Because you've got to rely on someone else from the team giving you that information to give you the confidence. Yeah,
they told me it'll probably get better when you go faster, which it did a bit, but the spray got worse. So, just no visibility. And obviously with the start of, being early in the race, I tried to make sure I took care of it and didn't just drive into the back of somebody. Just impossible. Like coming down pit lane, I couldn't see anything. The slower you went, the worse it got. So, yeah, it was a tough one. It was, I've never had that in my career before, but that was interesting.
For the last couple of hours of the race here to go, it's always a spectacle of watching today.
Yeah, it's always going to be a big battle. You know it coming down here. IMSA racing, that's what it's all about. And looking forward to it.
Another really thoughtful driver. We are very fortunate in the IMSA paddock to have drivers who don't give you one-word answers and will actually give you some insight into what's going on. And generally speaking, if you ask a straight question, you'll get a straight answer. Now, if we're talking about who's got fuel to the end, yeah, well, we'll play a few games there. But all the team, thank you to the team for the access that we get for our reporters between ourselves and the World of Man Champions to people. It's very nice to be changing the confidence of people in the paddock. And by the way, Ron, thank you to Dawn from IMSA for the information on the Inclement Endurance Cup.
Decided it effectively. Yeah, so the pit crew, we've seen it in the past, pit crew competitions, who can do the fastest pit stop, and it's time that we've got a lot more to try and implement in the race car through technical development. You can gain a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there, even multiple seconds in a pit stop. Well, your time that we talk about to get out of the race cars, the pit crew being efficient and putting in that preparation at the stop, doing the pit stop time really makes all the difference. I mean, you hear the stories of some of the top teams like Linktree, all the things when it comes to pit work. They have set up a pit stall which is very much like what we have in the race car. Practice with lights out on the face guards, it's fine, they're ready to get back going, it's just under the yellow second.
So let's gird our loins, ladies and gentlemen, and get ready to go racing. The Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen moves into its final act. 2 hours under that in the last third then. And it is Obamba, another new car leading the race. The number 31 Whelen Cadillac. Nick Tandy is in second. How does he keep doing this?
Well, that's the strategy, the pit wall strategy. They got the cars up into that position, and now they've just got to fight. But the frustrating for Nick Tandy in second place as he watches the Cadillac just disappear into the distance. And now Matt Campbell is going to watch the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac just mirror signal manoeuvre. Bye-bye. There he goes.
And that is an incredible pass from the car. I think he didn't appear to get a better run up through the exit in any way, shape or form, but the pass was made relatively easily round the outside into the first right-hand part of the bus stop. Well, the Porsche Penske Motorsport team putting themselves in the right place, and the drivers have certainly got the will to fight. See how they play out. Is there a strategy play now for these guys with 2 hours to go?
It's the only way. They're clearly on pace. They are way behind on pace, so they're only going to be able to get a good result today out of pure strategy. That's the only card that they've got, unfortunately.
The cars being worked on outside of the pit boxes for a little get right through. One was the BMW number 25, so that one somewhat moved to the moment. Saw it driving behind the wall. The other one, I think, is the Chesselar number 47 Ferrari, and that will have to come back down through the lane as well.
In fifth place, unfortunately, so that's a shame. Lorenzo Petresi, excuse me, the son of the Calvin, driving for the Chesselar team. So that is a shame. That will promote Matt Bell in the AWA Corvette up into the same category, but it's Jack Oxford who needs to do in GTV. He's just taking that car over for the teammate, and Mark Thompson has worked great through the front. Well, he is with the CXGT in second, and Ollie Milroy for second. We've got a Paul Miller Racing BMW out front. It's the 48 that had a +60 penalty for blowing through the red light at the end of pit lane. They are up there leading by 4 tenths of a second from Antonio Garcia for number 3 Corvette Racing and Fred Vermees for Glen Automatic.
They haven't had the best of starts to the season for Miller Racing. They've shown speed, but they haven't been able to get a car at the end of the race. Maybe the tide turns today.
Maybe as through goes the Acura, then the number 60 Acura to the driving past the number 6 Porsche like he's standing still. And this is how quick the tide can change in sports car racing. You know, Porsche could do no wrong in the opening 4 rounds of the season. They won the opening 4 rounds of the season, and it does the Acuras unwinding back in the other direction. They're going to have to fight because of the championship that the lead that they built up in the first part of the season. They're going to have to fight to try and maintain the points advantage.
Oh, Bamba is fastest lap of the race, 1:34.863. A wee bit to go to get down to the Jack Aitken high water mark for the GTP category.
Again.
And that is for an incident down at turn number 6. Again, it's out the loop once again, and it'll be a short yellow. Let's see if we can pick up who it is. Oh, it's the Vic Gonzalez, Van der Steur, sorry. Number 19, Aston Martin, Sarah Rigby crew in the northwest of the UK, northwest of England actually, will be gutted. Now that car's gone in and rearranged the tyre bundles quite significantly. So this is just down at the, that is down at the bottom of the hill. That's where there's not that much runoff, and we were talking about it earlier on. There, downhill, bang, left arm, as you go on to the Trinity Street.
It does play in the hands of the able racing horse. At the previous race of the other top took an extra pit stop to top off, gave away track position, but had a more fuel in the tank than others. Now, with this being the short yellow, it's got up by it, you can't go into the pit. So it means the woman itself into the front, and it means that also their rivals are now then that I think that's the wrong big point. Come on. It was Valentina Slow in that car. Very well, he had the car. Having a chat. So, get out of the outer loop, the Torquay onto the multicoloured curb. Out. Off on his own, but that's a very uncharacteristic mistake for Valentina Slow. Maybe reserve judgment on that one. We're trying to get a word from the pit lane get a word from Valentina Martin. What happened, whether it was the error or something else.
He's got in at a weird angle as well. The Lexus that was following him through as a camera car for our World Beat coverage. Whether you're on Sirius XM or listening on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, or indeed on IMSA TV. Spending some of your Sunday with us at IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch. Remember, we will have a bright and breezy post-race tech that is on the radio only.
There'll be a lot of questions to answer.
Arjuna has been speaking to the team of Manchester Racing, and what have they been able to tell you? We saw Valentinas go out of the car, Arjuna, so that's the first bit of good news. What have they been able to tell you?
Well, obviously confirming he's okay. They're still not quite sure if there was something mechanical that made the car fault. It was just a simple spin. I'll try and catch up with the driver when he makes his way back into the paddock, but does not seem as though that car is returned to the pit lane under his own control.
No, certainly not. And to be a little more yellow because we have to fix up the tyre bundle with the barrier. They did their job though.
That can really be the difference both the cars actually there is an opportunity to play any kind of strategy here that is just to wait now with the situation. You will get a
yes. Remember, still waiting for the checker car to come through and fulfill its drive-through. Didn't get much chance there. Very quick VP Racing update then. Obama for Cadillac behind the safety car. Number 31 lead from Nick Tandy. First one, Nick hanging on to second position. He's under pressure now from Philippe Albuquerque for the first of the Wayne Taylor Cadillac. Louis Delatraz, the second of the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. Then Nick Yellerly, right main form at the moment. Number 93 Acura ARX 06. Teammate Tom Blomqvist is behind him. Then it's Andy's teammate, number 6, Matt Campbell, sports president of Autosport, the Vanto. Can I call it the remaining BMW now? The other one's gone behind the wall after that. Oh. In 8th, Dries Vanto, number 24, BMW RLL. Daniel Kvyat, who started the Lamborghini SC63, is now back in it. In 9th of Ross Gunnison, 10th for the partner racing Valkyrie. Jim Sweeney is in 11th for the JDC Porsche. 2, Sebastian Bourdais has been plugged in to Sahlen Motorsports. For 18, Kevin Walker Extra, Felipe Fraga. That's the extra for the Paldi and Max Pierre and Martin Jacobsen. And John Edgar and Max and Tom Dillman. And they are all still on the lead lap in class in GTB Pro Manchester. Formula Racing. How have they planned to stealth their way to the front of that category? Antonio Garcia doing a cracking job before that, as he always does. Second, then it's Ford. The ship was Fred Murphy, the number 65 Ford Automatic Racing in Mustang GT. Another Paul Miller Racing BMW. Fourth and Seprio in fifth. And let's go down to Arjuna, who's trying to seek out some answers from that Vassar Sullivan incident we saw a few moments ago.
I thought it would also be good to catch up with those people and then people working. been like on track? I know you're not behind the wheel, but you've been following along, trying to fix up the car as it's been going as well. What have you been taking from the race so far today?
It's definitely been an interesting race with kind of wrenches thrown in at the beginning of the day with the rain and the weather, and that for us really keeps us on our toes, because if you have, say, a standard race, that doesn't really happen very much, but if it's dry and the conditions don't change too much, you kind of have your fuel windows and you try to be prepared to, when you want to do your tire changes. But when you have conditions quickly, as we had earlier, our engineers, Chris Andrews got the fault car and the car took a risk a little while earlier. There was a bunch of conditions out there where you want to go one way or the other, and that's, any given minute you're shuffling tires back and forth trying to figure out, are we doing this, are we doing that, are we doing this, are we doing that? That makes things kind of exciting.
Your fun follow on Twitter is trying to break down some of the more complex things about motorsport here in casual fan. What do you enjoy about bringing that fan behind you?
For me, it's cool to just be able to show kind of the broadcast, discuss that are big picture things that you have to focus on, but for me, it's getting the opportunity to show people, right, this is what my whole day looks like, this is what happens in the weekend, this is what happens in my fits like this, this is like this, and being able to be the response from people, and not only be the response from people, but hey, wow, I saw this, and I, check this out, or, just any type of stuff like that, where they might not have followed it closely in the past, but now they do.
Sounds like the pace car lights are out. Let's go back to the booth and back to the chat.
Brilliant stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. GS class switch, should I say, is ongoing, but the safety car lights are out. Now, under an hour and 3/4 to go. The joy of this is we have no clue who's going to win this race right now. Certainly not in GTP, certainly not in LMP2. Tower, United, Riley, Pratt Miller Motorsports. Oh, and the lights have come back on. It's still on the circuit. Just the door mirror. Like it. The turn 8. Yeah. Substantial thing. I think the branches that stick nowadays. Somebody's going to let it.
I did, when I was at the World Rally Championship round in Sardinia, the state area, one of the Rally 1 now is still on one of the races, and I picked it up and I held heavy on petrol.
Yeah. And they're all there with dynamics as well on the red, aren't they? Look like TCRs. Every single service is a TCR. That was great. That'll be on the archive on YouTube. The audio archive already there for the IMSA Mr. Pilot Challenge. Go to IMSARadio.com.
Without giving any spoilers, but actually it was a bit of a mix up of the orders with you. A totally different team.
It didn't provide the most technical.
One part of it,
but it's still, I mean, it was good. I thoroughly enjoyed that race.
Yeah, if you like this kind of race that we're witnessing today, for the sales 6,000 as well, there is strategy. Full course yellows going to play the full course yellows, but good close battling as well. You'll really like this one. Often 2-hour sprint races, 40-minute minimum driver time, really exciting. TCR cars, and it's called GS, the class, but it's a GT4 class if you recognise them.
So it sounds like we're not too far away from going back to green. This has helped anybody who was a little bit tight on fuel as they rumble past the start-finish line.
Yeah, it's definitely for those GTD cars that pitted with around 2 hours and 5 minutes to go.
Yeah,
it's going to make it a lot easier for them to just have one more stop now. Of course, the AO Racing Porsche Rexy filled up with a little bit more fuel, gave away the track position to go down to 8th, not a big loss necessarily, but it was worth throwing the dice then, because if they'd gone all the way green, they could have been in a really strong position.
And you can't plan your strategy on let's hope we get a yellow.
Well, it's worked for Cadillac Whelen and the two Porsche Motorsport cars.
Yeah, maybe. Pits are open for everybody the next time by. See if there's any takers again. He dropped off the back. With the potential of a safety car coming in, rather than going as long as you can on your fuel in the last stint, you want to actually be one of the drivers and teams who makes your last pit stop first. Get that last pit stop out of the way, then you can't get cold on the wrong side of a safety car. Lights are out, and the safety car driver said, look, I've got a cup of coffee waiting. Do you not realise? Can't be telling me to go, then come in, and then go back out again. I'm sure that's not what's going on the radio, but, in my head. Earl Bamber brings the field around in the Cadillac number 31, the Whelen Engineering machine. Comes to a green flag with just on an hour and 39 minutes still to go. Let's call it 100 minutes of battling here at the Glen.
It's a Long Beach race.
Yeah, 100 minutes, exactly.
Sprint. There's mirror signal manoeuvre again.
Oh my goodness me.
As close as the GTP category normally is, I haven't seen disparity. It's certainly straight line like this for a long time.
Well,
as the number 10 Wayne Taylor Cadillac goes flying past, then the number 40 Cadillac goes flying past. We could well end up with a Cadillac 1, 2, 3. In fact, yes, we do.
Yeah.
We have a Cadillac 1, 2, 3 here at Watkins Glen.
But that was round the outside, coming up the hill out of the S's. And there was nothing wrong with Tandri's exit from turn 1 and his line through turns 2 and 3. And he's now down to 5th.
And the 93 Acura's gone through as well, and he'll soon be passed by the number 60 Acura. So strong is that straight line speed advantage of not just the Cadillac but the Acura too. So Delatraz now in second place, going defensive because the 93 machine of Nick Yellow is going to try and move for second place. He's all over the back of Delatraz, but Delatraz covers the line. But now Yellow is going to try and go around the outside again, John.
That's his favourite manoeuvre, and uses the multicoloured curbs, gets it done. Nick Yellowly with a quick car over a lap. We know that. Back-to-back poles in IMSA competition for the number 93 Acura. Earl Bamber starting to sneak away at the head of the field. He's got 1.5 seconds since he got past Tandy. And this is glorious, as is the GT battle. 1, 2, 2.5 wide.
And that led into green flag with the GTD class led by Jack Hawksworth, former winner here before in the GTD Pro category 2 years ago. Running in the GTD car this season, was shipped to Le Mans as a substitute for his friend and teammate Ben Barnicut. And great to see Ben back at the wheel of a race car after having that nasty mountain bike injury. Good to see him back in his natural habitat.
So Earl Bamber with 75% energy, 76 for Albuquerque, 74. Oh, 1 second. Let's go down to the pit lane. Fred Vervish, which was the better of the two running Ford Multimatic cars. That car coming in for a tyre change, I think. That must have been a problem.
And new front bodywork as well.
So a new driver as well. And the left front tyre at the very least is what we saw there. Tyre without crew. It'll be a dive through. Oh my goodness. Side by side. Ford versus Corvette. And that's why the Ford had to come in loose, or tyre without crew in the pit lane for the number 18. That'll have to come through as a drive through. Here's the penalties coming through right now as we've gone back to green. And therefore an extra trip down the pit lane for that car. Oh. That car, sorry, being, what did I say? Number 18?
That's the JBMotorsports.
Yes, it is. LMP2 car.
Yeah, unfortunately, not been an ideal day for them, sadly. So Chris Mees taking over that Daytona, winning number 65 Ford Mustang from Fred Verbies. They'll now be hoping for another full course yellow because that puts them on the back foot, that damage. Now and the thing is, they're now in the melee of the GTD class as well. There are a lot of GTD cars now. There's 13 GTD cars between them and the next GTD Pro.
Right.
That's not good news.
No. Not at all. Where do you think then? It's an hour and 35 minutes to go here, Peter. And do you think they'll come in with over an hour to go, or do you think they'll let it get a little bit closer?
The GTD cars, that is.
The GTDs, yes. I think
they'll be okay. I think they're all right now, just for one stop to the end. I don't think they'll leave it after the hour. I think they'll want to be safe
on the hour.
On the hour, yeah. On the hour is perfect. For GTP is really interesting because right now you can almost basically split it. It's pretty much 2 stints from now. GTP is a lot to figure out. I think there'll be a lot of calculations going on the pit wall. I have to say, I do like a good fuel save race as well. Maybe an unpopular opinion, but when you see, I remember when the WeatherTech team ran an RSR in the last year of GTLM, and Matt Campbell did a fantastic fuel save and saved the pit stop over everybody at Road America, and it was just amazing to watch how he was like almost making fuel on board as the LMP2s just float their way up the hill. Absolutely a Shinkansen of Oricas. Through goes the Riley machine. Felipe Fraga goes up past Sebastian Bourdais and puts a length or two into him straight away, so you don't do that and without getting up pretty early in the morning. So Fraga up to second. Meanwhile, the rest he's checking out up the road. Yeah.
The car that's not on the front of that train is Paul di Resta. I was kind of trying to work out what I was looking at there, because I was looking for the red, white and blue of United Autosport and the number 22 car, and Paul's 3.5, 4 seconds up the road. So again, shot from a cannon, off he's gone. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, doing his job, and of course wanting to bounce back from a pretty disappointing Le Mans, driving with the Peugeot hypercar team. He'll be desperate to get a win on and get the momentum back on his season for the man from West Lothian in Scotland, former Formula 1 driver and DTM champion. Very, very strong driver indeed. Driven for so many years now. The team from York.
Just moved relatively recently over to Wakefield. And their new premises, or still new premises. Pretty impressive. Have a look around that sometime in the near future. Quick note about the Ford Mustangs. The 2 Pro cars were going well. Sebastian Priaulx still is. And hello to Andy and Joe. And that's Seb's mum and dad.
Andy definitely has won the season award already for the best one-liner of commentary we've seen so far.
Yes.
I won't repeat it.
No, indeed.
It was very funny.
Indeed not. And congratulations on your very well-deserved honour, Joanne, as well. Came through in the King's Birthday Honours list last weekend. And, a great advocate for charities on the island of Guernsey and further afield, and has put a lot of work into it. So, very well deserved, Joanne.
So we've got, although it seems a little bit, I don't want to say unbalanced, you've got 2 really strong manufacturers up front in Cadillac and Acura and GTP, but it's a lot more close in GTD Pro because we've got a BMW from a Corvette, from another BMW, from a Ford, from a Corvette, from a Porsche, from a Lexus. So it's pretty.
Say that 3 times quickly.
At this time of day, in the heat of the day here at Watkins Glen, it's 32 degrees Celsius in the air, 44 degrees Celsius track temperature. That's 111 Fahrenheit.
Corvette versus Rexy, and that is the number 4 Tommy Milner driven Corvette, and the A-O Racing Porsche has Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel.
I was catching up with one of the German TV commentators, Lucas, who commentates on sports car racing all around. Do you know what his phone background is? It's the Tommy Milner one finger salute.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Yeah.
That has gone purely so viral, that moment. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you need to go back to watch once this race is finished, go back and watch the Rolex 24 the last couple of hours.
Made a lot of money for endangered avian species, the American bald eagle, on a t-shirt. That Tommy saying to us that he thought they'd sell 10 or 12 and they sold 700. Let's go down to the pit lane. Is this a standard stop for the Lexus Vassar Sullivan number 14? Arjuna Kankapati can tell us.
Has not been an easy day for Aaron Tielitz and crew, but a driver change incoming as the crew gets to work putting on the sticker Michelin tyres and filling it up with fuel as well. We got the chance to catch up with Bozy, one of the mechanics, a couple of moments ago. There's a little bit of struggle getting the left rear off the car, but it goes on a little bit easier. Now just waiting on the fuel as the car releases itself from the air jack. They're not going to be able to get to the end from here, I'm pretty sure. They'll still need a splash and dash, and so every little bit of fuel they can get in will make a difference. Off and away they go.
That's a good observation, Arjuna. They will not be able to get to the end without some help. Johnny Edgar has just put the AO Racing Porsche's best lap of the race in, a 1:38.0 against a 1:36.4 for the fastest. The AO Racing Orica, should I say, as against a 1:36.4 as the fastest lap of the race. Was the CrowdStrike Racing Matthew Jakobsen in the APR CrowdStrike car. I thought that was an AMG going slowly. That was just the
Winward 57.
The Winward
car
57
trying to stay well out the way of the prototype leaders. Of course, they're not really going for any result, just trying to get the car to the end there. It's great heads up driving there from Philip Ellis driving that car.
As you'd expect.
Yeah, of course. It's proper professional. El Bamber leads the way then. The gap was 4.2 seconds. Oh, now it's come back a bit. As they're now getting through traffic, it's eased back a bit because Philippe Albuquerque has trimmed it down to 3.3 seconds. But Albuquerque is not only is he closing the gap to the lead, he's having to hold off a charging Nick Yellowly in the 93 Acura, who's right on his tail as they sweep their way through the super quick S's out there, which they're exiting nearly 180 miles an hour before they come into the bus stop. The speeds here are enormous in these prototypes.
Been resurfaced now for a few years, taking some of the older bumps out. And there were drivers telling me, whoa, very disappointed. Very disappointed? Oh, I've lost my age. I knew where all the bumps were. I could drive round them. Okay then.
Yeah.
I suspect there's a grain of truth, or more than a grain of truth, in that. You get used to a circuit in a particular configuration, and you do know those nuances of change of camber and different grip levels and what it does in the wet as opposed to the dry, and then it gets resurfaced, and all that knowledge that you've accumulated down through the years is all for naught.
Out the window, yeah. And I guess it transfers from car to car as well, what you feel it, and the track itself doesn't move, but of course with the resurfacing that changes how it goes. But we've seen so many drivers progress from the GT ranks up into the hypercar with the increase in the hypercar and LMDH GTP regulations. So many more prototypes out, factory prototypes out there. There's a lot of GT drivers who've made their way up into there, so that's going to have been such an adjustment for them, but that's of course adjustment well done by now. We're into what will be year 3 now of GTP.
Final warning for the Triazi 023 of James Collado, Ferrari factory driver. Notice that Daniel Kvyat is coming into the pits. That's still way away from being the last stop with the Lamborghini, the prototype Lamborghini, the SC63. It's gone wrong with people's counting today?
They might have to pit.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they have.
That's the thing is, when they came in, they're in the middle of topping up at the moment. So, it has been a good run though for that Lamborghini SC63. It's kept on the lead lap. It's been in there in the fight all the way through, and if they get the strategy right, you never know, they could come away with a result. But at the front of the field, it's El Bamber who leads by 3.740 seconds for Whelen Engineering Cadillac, team that are so used to winning in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, but they have no wins on the board yet this season. The first 5 races, it's been all Porsche and 1 win for Acura last time out in Detroit. This would be a big momentum shift for not just for Whelen Engineering, but for Cadillac this season. It's not been a good season for Cadillac.
So, just checking what's going on in the other categories. Jack Hawksworth back to the lead for the 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. His teammate had been leading earlier on, but the Triazi car has dropped all the way down. Just call that, they've just had a penalty, haven't they?
Yeah, the number 023 Triazi Competizione machine. For
only a warning. This is his final track limits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he was right at the sharp end. So James Colado's had some wee incident. At the front of the field, Earl Bamber has sneaked away to 6 seconds, but the street fight is on for second place. The blue Cadillac of Wayne Taylor Racing, the number 10 car. Red, white and black, number 93, Acura ARX 06. Intriguing story about that split responsibility within the MSR organisation.
Yeah, HRC, the Honda Racing Corporation, what used to be known as HPD in the USA is now known as HRC USA.
That is the global name for all of their sporting assets.
Racing, yeah. HRC in motorcycle racing has had long periods of dominance over its history. A little bit of a resurgence again in MotoGP. They're getting back. They're not quite at the glory days, back to glory days yet, but they're going in the right direction.
Still got to watch the bikes from this weekend, so no spoilers, please. So much time to do that.
Very, very easy to.
Well, I actually have got a week off this week from Midweek Motorsport because the 2 24-hour races back to back. Normally take the Wednesday after Le Mans off from our weekly show, but we decided to, as tradition dictates, we did Mittwoch Motorsport from the Nürburgring and trailed that incredible event. What a June of sports car racing we have had. It has been endurance month. Just incredible. 3 different sets of IMSA events. Le Mans Test, Le Mans itself, Nürburgring 24 here at the Glen with the Sahlen 6 hours. We've got Spa next weekend for the Crowd Strike 24 hours. And then just a week or so off, and then we're back at it in July with Classic Le Mans and Canadian Tire Motorsport Park and. It's a middle part of the summer.
Busy time for all. Think of the teams having to turn the cars around all the time, get them prepped for the next event. Not easy at all. Not easy at all.
The 12 hours of Paul Ricard with the Creventic Michelin Series. That's coming up in a couple of weekends too. Full course yellow, turn 1 issue. And we are pits closed.
It's a Porsche in the wall. Now, which one is it?
It's the 7. It's the championship leader. It's Nick Tandy. Nick Tandy in the championship leading Porsche is in the barrier, and that's been a big incident. The front end of the car is off, The rear deck is off, but it looked like he was trying to drive it away incredibly. And he's, well, was that the traffic again? He was trying to hold on to what, 4th position, 5th position? And he's, I mean, the car's devoid of bodywork. It looks like some kind of futuristic sprint car as it stands at the moment. But it was trying to move forward under its own steam. That's not now going to happen. Seb Bourdais just came in and out of the pits for the Tower Motorsport LMP2 car. And did he get in before the yellow? That's going to have been touch and go. Well, let's see if we can work out what happened to Nick Tandy and how far back it started. Oh, he's lost the back end. Had he already lost the back end? Well, Nick's out of the car.
Yeah, that's
Brittany,
good.
I know, will be watching back in the UK, unless she's out here at the moment. Nick's walked out under his own steam. He wants to have a look at the car to try and work out what happened there.
Yeah, that's a big relief to see Nick get out the car there.
Hey, how about that? Look, he tried to drive it away, and it did move forward a wee bit. The door opens on its own. There's no rear bodywork, no rear wing, no front bodywork, no front aero.
Is this a turning point in the season? This has been a horrible weekend for Porsche pace-wise, and Nick, as he does, he puts everything on the line no matter what the situation is. He gives it everything all the time, and they had such momentum at the start of the season. Is this where the momentum turns then for the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport crew? That's a huge accident for Nick Tandy. It is so quick through there. You know, when you come out of the first corner is known as the 90. You're about 85 miles an hour at the apex. That's the very slowest you'll be going through there. But just got onto the curb and whang, round it went. Big one there for Nick Tandy. Very relieved to see Mr. Grand Slam himself get out of the car. Of course, the only driver in history to win Le Mans, the Nürburgring 24-hour, Spa 24-hour, and the Rolex 24 at Daytona overall. And that's just getting started on his list of achievements, but it's gone badly wrong and pinged over both sides of the circuit. So this could be a lengthy cleanup here. This could definitely play a factor in the GTP strategy, because depending when the pits actually open, there is a potentially how long it goes. This could be a lengthy cleanup. Could you pit in a GTP car, fill it up with fuel, and actually make it to the end without pitting again? There is a possibility there.
I think if the pit's open now, when the pit's open, you do take the opportunity. What there isn't, I don't think, is any barrier damage.
There is on the right, over on the right-hand side.
Is there?
Yeah,
right.
A little bit. So it's ricocheted across. That is a big hit there for.
And have we worked out what started that, Peter?
Just looks like he got it all wrong on the curbs, and that's a very typical Watkins Glen accident. It's so easy to get it wrong on the curbs, and the car can get nervous. And I mean, at the speed they're coming through there in a GTP car, I mean, they're braking into turn 1 from 175 miles an hour. So that gives you an idea of the speed they're trying to scrub off, and then carry it up on through the S's, because the exit of turn 1, the 90. If you get it right, you're getting the benefit all the way up to the bus stop.
Oh, yes.
And if you get it wrong, the opposite.
Yeah. Half a mile an hour or 1 mile an hour there translates into 5 or 6 and a passing opportunity. Yeah, agreed. Well, the good news about this is that Nick Tandy is fine and walked away unaided from a very scary looking incident at the first corner.
these cars are amazing. What they can take, and they do their job. The bodywork is kind of designed to. It's got to designed to do two things. It's got to be able to take small hits and be repairable, but it's also, in a big accident, it's also got to be able to absorb energy and take the energy shock away from the driver in the middle of the car. And trying to get those two designs to work together, I need a far cleverer person than I to explain that one.
And of course you want it as light as it can possibly be.
Oh, and that too.
You'll build the car that all of the cars are built substantially underweight deliberately, so that you then ballast them up to whatever the requisite weight is, but in building them and designing them and building them slightly lighter than they need to be, you get the opportunity to decide where to put the weight. The ballast weight can then be used to help tune the car in terms of its performance and its handling. And, well, Peter, you give us a quick VP Racing rundown behind the safety car before we open the pits.
So let's do a quick rundown then while we are neutralised behind the safety car. El Bamber leads the motor race for Cadillac Whelen Engineering. Car number 10 is Felipe Albuquerque for Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, so making it a Cadillac 1-2 at the moment. Car 93, Nick Yellowly, is leading for Acura Meyershank Racing. That's the HRC car. Louis Delatraz, car number 40, sits in fourth for Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. Then it's the fifth place car, number 60, Tom Blomqvist for Acura Meyershank Racing.
We'll just break into that to grab a report from Arjuna Kangapati down in the pit lane. We're under full course caution, time ticking down at just about an hour and 13 minutes to go.
And I've got Ben Tuck making his IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship debut. It's not going too badly in the Conquest Racing Ferrari, sitting inside of the top 10 right now. What are you expecting with sub 90 minutes left on the clock?
Well, I mean, if there's anything to go by this race, anything can happen. I mean, hopefully those guys are okay. Looking at the screens, I didn't actually see what happened there with the GTPs, but yeah, we're going well. Manny made an incredible first couple stints. He did really, really well to get us into the top 3, top 5 sort of area. I found myself leading at one point in my stint, and then quickly realised that the aircon wasn't working in the car, so that was a hot stint. I've seen the pictures of Grosjean, and yeah, believe me, I was in that state as well about half an hour ago. And Daniel now, he's having a good battle. He actually just got roughed up a bit, so we lost some places. We actually should be in 4th or 5th, so hopefully he manages to gain that back again.
Coming over to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for the first time, obviously, I think you ran Le Mans last week as well. Must be quite busy. Did you get a chance to come here and test at Watkins Glen?
Yes, I did actually secretly come here about 3 weeks ago with the team. Conquest were nice enough to invite me to their test day, because I know they don't get much testing here in IMSA, so it was really nice. I got 10 or 15 laps, so at least I'd been to the track before. Yeah, from Le Mans to here and then to Spa 24 next.
It's a busy time, but that's what you want, right? As a racing driver, you can't ask for much more.
I'm absolutely loving it. This is my best year yet of racing, so I'm loving it.
And hopefully many more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Tuck there, a driver very much on the up in the world of sports car racing. Still with his silver grading, so very much a hot property in the world of sports car racing. I remember calling one of his first, in fact it probably was his first NLS race victory. That's the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, the championship that runs throughout the year on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And him and David Pittard won their, I think for both of them it was their first ever win in NLS in an M6 GT3. Do you remember that, the big M6? That was back in 2021. They had a great win that day. And he's making waves in the sports car world. So to continue with our VP Racing Fuel update then, we did the top 5 in GTP. Let's do the rest of the top 10 with Mathieu Jaminet in 6th for Porsche Penske Motorsport in the number 6. Dries Vanthoor for BMW M Team RLL in car number 24 is 7th. Then it's the Aston Martin Valkyrie, the Heart of Racing team, Ross Gunn in 8th position. Daniel Kvyat for Automobile Lamborghini Squadra Corsa. And we had a question early on, has that car led laps? Yes, it has at Indianapolis. And thank you to Stephen Brunson for Lamborghini for that confirmation. JDC Miller Motorsports, been a fairly quiet day for them, sitting in 10th in the number 85 yellow Submarine, Porsche 963. Still on the lead lap, but not necessarily troubling the scorers yet, but there's still plenty of time left to go. In LMP2, it's Paul Di Resta who leads from Felipe Braga and Tom Dillman. Then it's Sebastian Bourdais and Pietro Fittipaldi. Dane Cameron sits in 6th. It's Malte Jakobsen, Mathieu Vaxivière, and then Paul Lou Chatan rounding out the top 9 in LMP2.
I'll do the GTDs then, with Max Hesse for Paul Miller Racing leading for BMW in the number 48. What a run through the field that has been. Antonio Garcia, Corvette in 2nd. It's the number 3 car. The number 1, Conor De Philippi, Paul Miller Racing car in 3rd. 1st and 3rd for Paul Miller after the opening to the season they've had. They'll take that. Seb Priaulx lurking now, and with the gap closed down behind the safety car, what has the Ford Mustang GT3 number 64 got? Lauren Heinrich, AO Racing in 5th, and in 6th, Tommy Milner. And quickly, Vassar Sullivan, number 12, Parker Thompson, and Jack Hawksworth doing their work nicely today. Charlie Eastwood for DXDT in 2nd, and Matthew Bell with the best of the Bronze Cup entries in the AWA Corvette in 3rd. GT pit stops. Let's go down first to Arjuna, and then it'll be Diana.
I am seeing tyre changes, but onto scrub sets of Michelins for lots of the GTs, AWA Turner included, and topping off the fuel. John, it's going to be very, very marginal from here. If they can make it to the end, they will be reliant on the safety car to make it the 70-odd minutes without a trip back down pit lane. But boy, does this set up something interesting in terms of strategy. Diana.
The Ford Multimatic Motorsport, Sebastian Priaulx in the number 64 just brought that car in. Driver change, it's Mike Rockefeller that's jumped in behind the wheel, and a very slick stop by those guys. And just behind them is the second Ford Multimatic Motorsport, number 65. That is also got driver change, fuel and tyre. So great, swift, clear action by the team as they head back out into the track.
So Rocky has been unleashed there. See if we can get a Di, if it's at that end of your, if you're at that in the pit, see if we can have a word with Sebastian. Sounds a good drive from him. Get the car right in the running. And another young BRDC member British Racing Drivers Club member, who is doing such good work. Actually, you know, I've said that. I don't know if he is BRDC. He must be.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I thought he was. Yeah.
Sounds like a good lunch they have every year. Diana went to with her very own Andrew Marriott to the previous one. I think it's a Christmas lunch, or I'm not sure exactly the time of year. But anyway, the annual lunch sounds fantastic. Sounds great fun.
That'd be you and Andrew, then.
And that is an afternoon I can look forward to.
Oh yeah,
the stories.
Just the stories, yeah. So we are coming down to crunch time here. The punctuation of safety cars has been pretty consistent throughout the afternoon. We'll have a look at that in a moment. Here is Sebastian Priaulx with his mum and dad, I'm sure, listening in wherever they are around the world. Ford Multimatic Motorsport driver brought the car in 4th position with Diana.
Sebastian, what a solid, strong drive that was from you. How challenging was it?
Yeah, we were on the back foot a little bit. You know, definitely haven't got the fastest car out there, but I gave it everything I could, and I'm pretty happy with my performance there at the end. I kept it clean. That's all I can do. I was at the limit, so yeah, happy with the team. Lost a little bit on the pit stop there, but we got still an hour and a half to go, so I'm pretty happy with the car.
How challenging is it behind the wheel? Obviously, you know, it's very, very hot now. You've been behind the wheel for quite some time, and you made no errors. So, as you say, very proud of that for you. Important to keep the car on the track.
Yeah, my stint was to keep the car clean, giving it to Mike now to finish as hard as he can. It's tough out there, it's warm, probably one of the warmest races of the year. We've got good AC in the car, which is nice, but it's physically demanding and mentally. So, yeah, a lot of restarts, you know, a lot of safety cars, so that was also quite hard to keep the intensity up on the starts, and yeah, it's a tough game, this one.
How much is the car's balance changing when you're in a situation like that?
All the time, you know, new tyres, get new front, have a good front grip, and then I lose front grip. We struggle in the high speed more than other cars around here, so we link there. So for us, really difficult in the restarts. But I did everything I could. I'm really happy with how the car progressed through the stint. We haven't got enough pace to be right up there, but I think top 4 is possible here.
And looking at the traffic and the traffic management with everything else that's going on, how challenging is that to navigate?
I mean, there's a lot going on. Just keep the eyes forward and keep out of trouble. You know, everything's happening in front of me. It's just best to sometimes let it happen in front of you and pick up the pieces, which I thought I did that run. That was my aim, and I'm pretty happy how I kept the car clean.
How would you describe the circuit from a driver's perspective?
Thrilling, difficult, and very hectic.
Seb, I'll let you go and get your breath back. Thank you so much.
Sebastian Preo from the number 64 Ford GT3 on Mustang GT3. What an effort of logistics it was for Ford Performance to make the dream of the man at the head of Ford Performance, Mark Rushbrook. He had a dream that he would see Mustangs racing at Le Mans, and when Mustang Challenge came along, he realised that was the opportunity, and it was made reality last weekend with 40 Ford Mustang Challenge cars being transported to north central France for 2 races at the Le Mans 24 hours, including one on Saturday morning of race day. And actually, they were really good races. They are available on the archive for Performance or in the IMSA official YouTube channel. If you just want to listen to the audio, they're on radiolemans.com, of course.
And we saw some real talent that might not have been familiar to a European audience, so very familiar to an Antipodean audience. Cameron McLeod, who is leading the Super 2 Championship down in Australia, the feeder series to supercars. Well, I won't spoil the result, but you know he showed his ability to hold the audience right in front of the big bosses of Ford. And who races in the Supercar Championship? Ford and General Motors. Yeah. So if you can put yourself in the shop window, that was a great place to do it.
I think there was 7 or 9 Aussies and Kiwis came up. Antipodeans came up for that. What do you reckon then? If you're in this line of cars, Peter, what are you going to do as the time is ticking closer to that 1 hour mark? And the safety car lights are still on at the moment. Just on an hour and 3 to go. In and out for AF Courses number 88, Mathieu Vaxvienne. Era Motorsports, number 18, Paul-Loup Chartan. Paul-Loup, that car is quick. In fact, both of those cars are quick. I think they lose. They've topped those cars right off. But a P2 car can't do it now anymore. Can't go anywhere near it.
No.
Let's have a quick chat with Lars Kern, best known for his exploits, should I say, well known for his exploits on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, mostly with road record-breaking attempts. A very handy racing driver as well, Arjuna.
Yeah, I'm not sure how similar the Nordschleife and Watkins Glen really are, but a great pit stop from the AWA crews. Seen them jump up to second. So it's a very good position with just over an hour to go. How's the weekend been going for the 13 crew?
I think pace-wise we are not the strongest car on the track so far, but yeah, the crew really killed it this weekend again. So yeah, you pointed it out, like the last pit stop, really, really great. We jumped another car. So yeah, now Matt is in P2, and I'm pretty confident that at least he can stay there. Let's see how far he can go forward, but yeah, I'm really confident. It's really good. Yeah, as I said, crew did an amazing job.
Obviously, the team's just coming off the trip to Le Mans, which I'm sure that was pretty special. But halfway through this 2025 IMSA season now, we're obviously taking a look at the Bob Akin Award once again and seeing who's going to go back to Le Mans next year. Seems like you guys are in a pretty good position. The win at Daytona really showed, I think, that you guys have figured something out with this Corvette, even if it's not there every single week.
I wouldn't say. I mean, I think we had everything in place last year already. We've just been unlucky and just, There was some hiccups here and there, but generally speaking, I think we had a good build up throughout the year, and Le Mans was really, really nice. And after Le Mans, we all sat down, and Jeff Brown asked all of us, and we all agreed, yes, we want to go back to Le Mans. So we're going to try everything we can to secure the Aiken Award again. Thanks.
Back to green flag racing. Earl Bamber jumping out to a 3/4 of a second lead before, as he hit the line, to be honest. And it's Nick Yellerly and Philippe Albuquerque and Tom Blomqvist and Roman De Angelis and Philip Eng. What have I not mentioned in that? Here, Porsche. Louis Delatraz in 7th, and Mathieu Jaminet in 8th position is the best of the Porsches. And the remaining Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, after that scary-looking high-speed accident for Nick Tandy, he did get out of the car himself. Standard operational procedure. He was asked to go and sit in the medical car, the AMR medical car, and he will have been checked by the infield care centre. That is standard. If we hear anything, we'll let you know, but he was talking and walking under his own steam out of that car.
Well, big news for the championship leaders in LMP2, who sit in 3rd at the moment. Felipe Fraga for Riley Motorsports. Failure to adhere to the minimum full refueling time. Drive-through penalty. That is a very un-Riley mistake.
And it's going to be super costly, because they've just packed the field up from a safety car. It helps you if you've dropped back. It really hurts you if you get a penalty now. We were talking about it in the Porsche Keys to the Race. No penalties. And how long this front straight is. That's going to drop him probably back to the back of the LMP2 field, or at least to the cars that are still running. Currently, 9th position, the Aero Motorsport, Paul Luchatin in the 18. I reckon it's going to drop them all the way behind that.
And when you have so many full course yellows, the penalties are so punishing, because the field, as you say, the field is bunched up and it drops you all the way to the back. So that really puts the 74 Riley crew on the back foot, and they go to take it straight away. So they take it at the earliest opportunity in case another full course yellow comes out. And Tom Blomqvist is pushing. He's just put the best sector in Sector 1 of the entire race so far. So despite the very high track temperature, 111 Fahrenheit, 44 Celsius, he's really pushing in that number 60 Acura Meyershank Racing machine in 4th place.
58 minutes to go. I'm still not confident that a GTP could go from here. But somebody's going to jump. Somebody from further back down that GTP top 10, all the way down to Roman Grosjean, they're going to jump. They'll come to the pit lane through whatever tyres they've got left on their car, and they will wait for everybody else to either cover them off, or they will be hoping for some kind of neutralisation. Get your last pit stop done first. What you don't want to do is have to try and save after that. You do want to be able to get there at a reasonable clip.
Yep, you do. As Earl Bamber puts in the fastest lap of the race, just there, 1:34.608, so improves on his own previous best, or that car's previous best, and that opens up a gap. Now the gap is now just over a second from Nick Yellerly, so Bamber is pushing hard in that Cadillac Whelen engineering machine.
Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the For Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We are inside the last hour of the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Right in the middle of the season now. And what a season it is turning out to be. Looked like a Porsche benefit, looked like a number 7 Porsche benefit. Up until the last couple of races. On the streets of Detroit. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Didn't do anything wrong. That safety car rather ruined the strategy for Nick Tandy and Felipe Nasser. Previously, at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, it was their teammate that beat them to the punch. And Nick telling me at Le Mans, in an interview that is available to download, I should say, from RadioLeMans.com, the outcome might have been different if it had not been the team car. The gloves would have been off a bit more, and I could understand that. You don't want to ruin your own championship run, but clearly you absolutely don't want to do that and put your teammate into the wall as well. But Nick said they felt they had a car that could have won both of those races. And I'm not arguing about the Detroit one because they played an absolute blinder of a strategical race. So, who jumps first? Any of the GTD cars could go from here, and some of them might be able to even go with what they've got on there for a little bit of a Johnny Softfoot.
Potentially, yes, they could. I mean, it's a long, long time behind the full course yellow, of course, but GTP is a different story. I mean, usually it's about 50 minutes for a stint, thereabouts. Depends on the circuit, of course, but give or take that amount. So the pit window could be opening fairly soon with 55 minutes left on the clock. There is certainly no, well, if there is fuel saving going on, it's incredible because the personal best sectors are just littering the timing screen at the moment. All the GTP cars are on full go now as we're into this last hour. This is what IMSA WeatherTech Championship Racing is all about. When you get these fuel neutralizations, it really heats up. As move for the second place in GTD Pro, Connor De Felipe goes past on the AO Racing Porsche.
That's BMW moving on up. And that's the number one car. As Lauren Heinrich then drops a position with Dan Harper still heading that group of cars.
And well, could we be seeing a 1-2 for BMW pace-wise? They're looking very, very strong indeed. So it's now a 1-2. Dan Harper from Connor De Felipe, 48 from 1 for Paul Miller Racing. It's been quite a good day for BMW, winning the Nürburgring 24-hour earlier on. This would be the way to cap off a perfect weekend.
Magnus Racing, Marco Sorensen getting their final track limits warning as we can check in with Arjuna Kankapati, who's picking off the interviews down in the pit lane.
I've caught up with Alec Udell, part of the DXDT crew, but with some new teammates this weekend, with Robert Wickens over competing in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Charlie Eastwood just moved up to second in class. Alec, it seems like the DXDT crew has rolled straight off the trailer and found a good rhythm.
Yeah, I think, testament to the crew, all the drivers as well. We functioned really well as a group. We had a great car at Sebring, just some unfortunate luck with a bolt failure 2 laps from the end that would have put us, I think, top 5 at least. And so we've been showing a lot of good pace, and yeah, excited to be watching Charlie. He's tearing it up out there right now, and I think we've got a good car for the race.
You've got some great teammates, right? Not just here for the endurance round, but having Robert as well. From your perspective as the driver holding down the fort, if you will, what do you feel like you need to do? What's your role at the team?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of lessons learned. We're a new team to IMSA. The team's got a lot of experience in other series, but there's so much, it's always the little things in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. So it's just about what we can take over from the DXDT side from each round that I am able to bring and be that consistent piece. Really appreciate the trust from David, from Aaron, from Brian to be able to be that guy for the season, and I think the results are showing. So really happy with the Corvette 06 GT3R and looking forward to more races.
You and I talked a bit about driver changes at Laguna with the hand system as well. It's not installed this weekend. Does it feel a little bit more spacious behind the wheel of the car?
Yeah, it's definitely Laguna. The last corner, a couple of times when I'm turning, I feel it hitting my knee. So it's interesting. You don't recognize that it's there, but getting in the car specifically, it's a lot easier to get the feet in. It's a little tight getting your legs down into the pedal box there, but yeah, it's still easy, and obviously we're able to do the same thing with Robert. So the idea is just for it to be as seamless as possible between him and myself. So that's what it is. But yeah, this weekend we've been having great stops and really grateful for the guys and all the drivers in the car.
Thanks, Alec.
The reason that Robert Wickens is not at the Glen this weekend is that he was competing in the 53rd running of the Ravenel ADSE 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Back with his old Hyundai